Where'd you go? All right. Well, you all get to enjoy the experience of looking at the screen for a bit. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Oh, things are happening.
Hive Mind Network Online.
There we go.
Channel 0093.
All right.
Secure uplink initiated.
Not my most elegant introduction, but
Stinger OS now active.
we're back to Night Team 4. This is a game I really enjoyed. If you can just give me a second, I'm going to tab out for a moment. There's two things I'd like to check. Number one, that my audio settings are where they need to be. And then number two, I think my tweet went out, but I would like to double check that because I know a lot of people were asking me about this game. So yeah, actually, let's talk about this for a little bit. So this is something that I got through sort of a key service which has not had the best track record of either communicating, you know, why streamers should be interested in the service. I really dislike the fact that they kind of take this view of, hey, do you like free games? We should, you know, be sure to donate to us so we can keep giving you free games. And I'm like, well, this isn't about free games. Like, I don't view this as, like, streaming is not a really good way to get free game. Now, with that in mind, I did not pay for this. So keep that in mind. That's why I disclose that stuff like that. But the amount of time that it takes to do a stream is usually more than what it would cost you to just buy those games working a minimum wage job. And more importantly, it also sort of implies that you're doing this thing just so you can gobble up whatever keys you can, and then you know, whether or not you play them on your stream is your own deal. And I really don't like doing that. I no longer have a perfect track record in terms of covering the stuff that I pick up, but it has to be something that I really don't feel like I can get it to work to do so. So thank you for Allison Smith for reaching out with this, because this is absolutely up my alley. This was such a cool game to play last week. And they're actually quite active on Twitter, so please do check out those accounts. There is one individually for Night Team 4, as well as Allison Smith. That is Alice and Smith, not Allison Smith. I was actually really heartened to see. So one of the things that privately makes me really happy, and unless you use the Epic link, I don't get any kind of like kickback for this stuff, but I am really, really happy when people let me know that they've picked up a game as a result of me doing it. I also got some really nice news from somebody. I said, hey, there's this thing that you shared, and I took a look, and there was a bump in terms of the number of people who played it and checked it out. So, you know, if I'm particularly flattering to myself, it's obviously, oh, I'm an influencer. This is a sign of my influence. But no, it is like one of the really rewarding things out of this is being able to play stuff that people might have otherwise overlooked, to be able to share my interest with them. And then obviously it's something that hopefully winds up helping developers who make interesting things continue to make things that I find interesting. So it's just sort of nice to hear that people who are worthy of that attention are getting that attention, and that people who are interested in those kinds of games but for some reason haven't been able to connect with them have an opportunity to see that. So I'm always looking for more things. And one thing I feel like I should do a little bit more often, and now is not a bad time to bring it up. If you have a game that you are working on, and it does not matter if you are a really big developer, although chances are there are not many very big developers that watch this, or if you are doing your very first game, if you have something you want to show, I am happy to do that. My time is definitely very precious, but I will put it to you this way. Some of the most rewarding experiences of streaming that I have been people who have specifically reached out to the stream or have found the stream as a result of their games being covered. And if, like, we're unfortunately at a point now where the number of games that are coming out is large enough that small channels like myself, and even like the channel was quite some time ago, back when it had fewer than 1,000 followers, like I was getting sort of enough keys unbidden that I couldn't cover them all. And so it is certainly it seems like it's a very tough environment to break through. And one of the things I absolutely can say, like the personal touch, somebody reaching out and saying, hey, that thing that you said at the beginning, like, so here's the difference. Like everybody has a sort of like a preamble kind of video or write up. It's like, hey, I love your content, ... It's like, okay, great. Could you give some kind of indication that you've actually seen anything that I have done? And this is especially when people talk about the YouTube stuff. It's like, oh, I love watching your stuff on YouTube. And I love hearing that from viewers. It's just when it's, developers and they don't specifically mention the stuff that I do on YouTube, that really makes me suspicious, which I probably shouldn't be. But yeah, it's just the personal touch. Like if it's a pre-generated email, essentially it has to be, this is a kind of game that I'm interested in, which is ultimately what Night Team 4 wound up doing. It could be a game which doesn't really seem like it's my kind of a thing, but if it seems to be something along the, like, honestly, if somebody were to say, it's like, look, I've never made a game before, I've got this thing, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, would you mind covering it for a little bit? I may not dedicate the entire night to it if I don't feel like I can get a whole stream out of it. But one of the big things for me is I've always been interested in looking at little things. And one of the nice virtues about being a smaller caster, the sort of person who people don't like fall over themselves to reach out to, is that generally if somebody is taking the time for a personal touch, it's because they think it's a good fit. Obviously, if you want to make a personal appeal and you're just trying to like maximize the number of people who are watching it, you would want to do that to somebody who like has an audience to sort of justify the time that it takes to do that. Because obviously if you write a personal appeal to every streamer, you're going to spend your whole time on outreach and not on individual games. So with that in mind, I don't think I've made this explicit enough on the videos, which are probably the best way for me to reach out to people, because on Twitter I don't really have, I think my Twitter following is maybe just shy of my YouTube following. So Twitch really is kind of the most broad reach that I have, and I don't think I've ever really made that appeal explicit. So if you've got a game that you're working on, I do this stuff for free. I have never been paid to do a particular stream, and if you have something you would like me to see and you hear this, specifically reference this, because it will let me know that you came to it from hearing the channel rather than just running it through your algorithm to find nearest neighbors to the kind of game that you're making. And I will absolutely do my best to cover it, because that's what happened with Allison Smith, and it turns out this is a super cool game.
Welcome, Agent.
Okay, so what is this thing after that long preamble? This is Night Team 4. It's a super interesting, basically a hacking game. Now, one of the things that I've been looking for a while, I'll actually run the credits while we're doing this. This is apparently a follow-up to a game called The Black Watchman, and I still can't remember the exact circumstances under which I missed out on The Black Watchman, because it really seemed to be something that was up my alley, and for one reason or another, I didn't actually bite. And after playing this, I really feel like I should check that game out. And a couple of people in chat said that it was a really interesting game. But beside the background in terms of the game, this apparently had a Kickstarter, which I completely missed out on. I did not know that the company was Canadian, although I did know that they had done something for The Secret World, which is actually a game I rather enjoyed, although I've not really put a lot of time into. And I'd played a really interesting game. They actually have a reference to it in their in sort of like their cosmetics. There's a game called Uplink, which I really liked, because it went from the kind of hacking which you will see inside of, so like you have games like Shadowrun, either the revamped version in Hong Kong or even the basic one in Dragonfall, or something like System Shock. You definitely have kind of these interesting hacking games, but they are very much sort of Hollywood hacking. It's a complete abstraction, and instead you're playing a game which is sort of creating this. It's abstracting away what's actually going on. You're not actually formally manipulating the computer system. What you were doing. By the way, for those of you who are sharp-eyed, I did do a couple of bounties on my own time just to sort of refresh myself in terms of the game. But yeah, basically they Hollywood it, right? So like when you're watching, I'm just trying to think of some of the examples, like Jurassic Park, where one of the little kids is like, it's a Unix system, I know this, and you have this like 3D, like they're actually going into like little file blocks, and you see it graphically. It's great for movies. Movies are a visual medium, and it's not that interesting to see people like type away at keyboards. But yeah, I mean, obviously you're taking a step away from what I think people, especially people who are playing on a computer, from the fantasy that they want, which is that they're actually, going into a protected system and uncovering things. So I thought Uplink did this really interesting job of, it was still abstracted away, but it kept you in something like an operating system. And sort of the wrapper they put around it was that it was in the future, and there was sort of this company which rented out computers. I don't know if cloud computing was a thing when I played it. It must have been, but like it was probably not as prevalent as it was. But anyways, you'd basically rent these computers from this company. You'd do your hacker thing. And again, you wouldn't actually type in commands like you do inside of this game. So if I wanted to do, DNS vhost mapping, I can tab complete sfuzzer, tell me about sfuzzer. Oh, I forgot about this. If set sfuzzer will only return internal network results. So that gives me a reason to actually hack into. I feel like this will be coming up in later missions. But yeah, in the case of Uplink, like you wouldn't necessarily sit down at a console, but you would at least be doing activities that were sort of consistent within the world and could be mapped a little bit more directly towards breaking into a computer system using a computer, using your skill. And I think another game that does this relatively well, actually a little bit like 1904, is the game Hacknet. But the thing that really made this game stand out for me, and unfortunately I'm not going to be able to show it to you without resetting them, but if you go to the Academy, each of these segments, so if I access the certification, oh no, actually it's got here, so there's real life references. So if you want to learn about the Fox Acid attack, which is I think something that was generated by the NSA, I think this is Bruce Schneier's. Yeah, it is Bruce Schneier's job. So how the NSA attacks Tor Firefox users with Quantum and Fox Acid. This is an entire article on how this stuff works. And I find this kind of stuff fascinating. It leads you to security-oriented Linux distributions. If you want to go really far down this rabbit hole, there is a lot that you can find in here. And this really brings me back to some of the oldest gaming memories that I have. So I was playing one of the Civilization games, and there's only so many times that you can play it until you wonder, like, okay, what actually was a hoplite? And what was so great about Alexander? And, why is, Rome such an important civilization? And the Civilopedia explained all of that for me. So while I'm assuming, like, again, I've never broken into a computer system, so I can't really give it like a 10 out of 10 in terms of like how well they've simulated it. I mean, whenever I've used like Linux or Unix, I certainly don't have my individual tabs to open up things in the terminal. But if I was using a most distributions you have your equivalent of like the start menu, so that's there. So like this probably is, you know, a nice little UI element to make the game manageable for people, but also probably credible in terms of how these tools work. But the big one for me is just the fact that if you want to go and find out a bit about the ideas behind this game, I wonder why there's an exclamation mark. It must be because of the bounties. You know, I can do one while I'm running by. So let's make the UK. Oh no, this one's ending first. So help the DGSE find information on private military contractors in Yemen. We're looking for militic.net and find the name of the recruiting officer. Okay, so I'm not going to explain a whole lot of what I'm doing while I'm running through. I want to talk a little bit about the game, but then we'll jump back onto the main story. So, but yeah, I think getting back to what I was saying, like, so one of the things I really like about I got a .net. I just got to get this in my mind. Bing.com. I'll make this run a little longer than I normally do. One of the things that I really like about games like this and approaches like this is going to give me way more information than I really need, but or probably be a deeper search than I really need, but it gives me a chance to talk about why I find this game interesting. Any game that gives me... It gets me interested, like it has its story to tell. It's obviously very well researched, and a lot of people in chat who know more about these things sort of were commenting on how well researched it seems to be. But I'm really... The thing that kind of kept me playing so much yesterday was more about the world that I was in. There's a bit of a story that's being told. There was this mission where we're trying to find this journalist, and it's an incredibly sinister kind of setup, in addition to just revealing how horrifying the world that we live in is. At least as far as kind of the level of intrusion that the internet is sort of given into our lives. And I say this as someone who's like always online. Like I'm a complete hypocrite when I talk about, oh, this is a mistake, we should never have made the internet. But yeah, it's like on top of the fact that it's one that really does a great job. Like I said, I've really been looking for a hacking game which does a better job on selling me on the fantasy that I'm actually doing something resembling hacking. And for all I know, this could be as close as you can get before you're actually breaking the law. And, you know, this game is actually just out crowdsourcing a bunch of intrusion. Okay, so this is our first exploit, which we'll use. There is actually like an interesting story behind it, and there's very obviously there's a... Oh, I'm not looking for the domain. That's why it's not working. Hey, Johnny Big Time. Good to see you. Okay, I don't know how long you were listening, but this is Night Team 4. I'm actually in the middle of a session right now. I think I'll do another bounty, and I'll do a little bit better job of explaining what's going on. I kind of had this like periodic wave of people watching, and I think I just scared people away because I spent so much time talking about how cool I think the game is. That's fine. Hopefully some of you will be back. But yeah, like I said, so the thing that really got this game to me, and the reason why I'm playing it more than just a one-off, other than the fact that like I usually do kind of want to, the fact that I kind of want to do right by somebody who gives me a key, it's hit that nice little sweet spot of, again, making it something that is credible for me to sort of feel like I'm doing something that resembles the real world activity, while still having an interesting story. So like it is a good game on its own. It's a little bit like a puzzle game. And then on top of that, it provides something that I really wish more games would do, and that is it gives me a little bit of a glimpse into the real world ideas that are behind this game. And I think that was the thing that really made this thing stand out for me. So anyways, so what we've done here is we've looked through this target. We've identified a weakness in their system, which we're now going to exploit. We're going to connect to them. And again, what the mission is looking for here is we need to find the name of the recruiting officer. So this is probably going to involve me going into some kind of a database of some kind. It might even be as easy as going into the WMI scanner, and we'll do a quick net scan. So this is going to take 5 seconds. We'll see what's available. And client database. So I don't know if I... Oh, what am I doing? Oh no, I don't think dig is right here, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what I thought I was accomplishing there. Maybe I can do the
gathering module initiated.
Oh yeah, no, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so administration. Got him. Devin Houston. Devon. I feel like I got that wrong. I was wrong in thinking I was wrong. And there we go. We completed the bounty. So, Johnny, if you have any questions about this, please let me know. Okay, CSOTS wants to help a Canadian company that is competing against a British pharmaceutical company. Normally, I would love to do something like this, but generally I want to improve my reputation amongst all of our allies, not the British, so we'll decline this one. And let's do the UK Global Gazette has asked GCHQ for help on finding one of their missing reporters. Oh, this will be a really interesting one because we might be able to use some of the Wi-Fi stuff for this. All right, reporter is Sebastian Bird from globalgazette.com. Find the name of the company that he was investigating. So here's the first thing that we're going to do. Our lead, of course, first of all, is globalgazette.com. So first thing we got to do is find Sebastian Bird. So
Information gathering module.
what we're going to do here is an OS int scan. So OS stands for Open Source Intelligence. Essentially what we're going to be doing, nope. .com. We're going to use, let's use Bing because we're fancy. .com. 1000. So what we're doing here is we are looking for some subdomains of this company called Global Gazette. And essentially we're using the fact that search engines have created these databases of websites to sort of do that work for me. And as it turns out, we found quite a few domains. So what we're going to do now is we're going to analyze these subdomains, and we're going to see if any of them have a weakness. So we do that by a fingerprint. In fact, what I'll do here is I'll just hit the help to explain how these things work. So fingerprint, inject a series of commands on open ports of a designated target and identify the technology behind it. So what we're particularly interested in is whether or not there is a vulnerable technology behind this. So we're going to start by fingerprinting www.globalgazette.com, and we're going to go through each of these domains. While I'm doing this in the background, by the way, I can try and be a little more efficient with my time. We can say, okay, let's see what Google has to say. Oh yeah, I actually maybe need to tell it globalgazette.com. We'll do a depth 1000 search on Google. And then normally what I would have done would be something like an S-fuzzer, which is a different way of searching for this kind of stuff. But if there was a different result from Google, we could try that. So we didn't find anything on www.globalgazette, so we'll take a look at uk.globalgazette. And oddly enough, we found the exact same domains on Google as we did on Bing. So let's do our S-fuzzer. globalgazette.com time, and let's set it up for you know what, we'll make it 2 minutes just because I've got plenty of meat to work on. So okay, so the UK was pretty secure. Let's take a look at their world desk. Okay, that's secure. So we'll fingerprint contact us. I'm just hitting tab to complete. That's if you the only thing you've used is Windows, you probably haven't done a lot of like typing for commands, but pretty much any MS Exchange is vulnerable. So basically, on most computer systems, if it has completion, this is an old thing from Unix. If you hit tab, it'll automatically complete things that is in the game, and it saves you a lot of typing. So what we're going to do here, again, the Linux distribution that they talk about in this game is Kali. There's also one called Parrot. But basically, there are these lists of exploits. So you're like, well, why would anybody actually want to create such a thing? Well, obviously, if you want to protect your infrastructure, you need to be able to test to see if they're weak. Now, I'm assuming that's not what everybody uses these distributions for, but in this particular case, what the game has told us is like, okay, so at contactus.globalgazette.com in port 80, they're using MS Exchange, and as it turns out, in CVE 2014-0294, Microsoft Forefront Protection 2010 for Exchange Server does not properly parse email content, which might allow remote attackers to execute arbitrary code via a crafted message, aka the RCE vulnerability, or an alpha exploit script via TCP/IP. So preferred delivery method by TCP/IP and exploit to use alpha exploit script. So we open up Fox Acid, which is something that the NSA has made. Presumably you cannot obtain Fox Acid. It already tells us use the alpha exploit script, which we'll do right here. And again, I believe if you go into the tutorials in the game, it'll actually explain what all of these things are. One thing that I'm not 100% clear on, I think one of the missions told us that because it was a specific technology, we needed to use an HVM, but in most situations I've needed to use After Midnight. I don't believe I've ever had a situation where I've used Assassin yet. But I'm going to just use After Midnight because that's the way we've normally done it. The one that was insecure was Contact Us Global Gazette, and of course we already know that it's insecure, so we'll run it.
Acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful. Connection completed.
Now, it seemed to indicate that I actually lose access to it in 10 minutes, which is fairly important to know. Let's see if that's still true. Yep, so apparently it expires in 10 minutes, so I actually need to work reasonably quickly. Let's start by seeing what's available. Let's scan. So run a scan within the internal network that you're currently accessing. Okay, so there's an Active Directory here. And what we'll do, we're going to go...
Information gathering module initiated.
Johnny, big time. Thank you very much for 19 months of subscription. You're past the 1.5 year mark. I'm very happy about that. I hope this game is mildly interesting to you. But for those of you who don't know, I should probably wait until there's more people, because like right now it seems to indicate that I might just be talking to Johnny himself. But Johnny Big Time is an incredible broadcaster. He's been working very hard on his... Well, Sungif, thank you very much for neglecting the small Sudanese child on a week for this. Thank you very much for the 3 months, the quarter year. Both of you, thank you very much for that. I'm very happy that you both have decided to give me another month to try and entertain you. I'm probably going to run out of my my access towards this. Yeah, Johnny's shout out got interrupted. But yeah, Johnny has been putting a lot of work into his stream lately, and it's one of these things where I really I love watching his stuff for sure. I feel like I need to be writing some of this stuff down. Actually, you know what? while I'm at it, let me put this all on hold. I will tell you all about Johnny Big Time, but I actually want to try out some of this stuff here. So seeing as I've got this me cache, I'm not quite sure what that is. So let's, oh wait, I don't even need to do that. Let's fingerprint it.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so we've got fingerprint W6A2XB mecha. Oh, CA. Also, while I'm on one of their internal servers, I'm going to try this sfuzzer for... okay, I got nothing on that one. I'm assuming there has to be something that I can do about that, but who was I looking for again? Global Gazette. Global Gazette time, we'll give it another 120 minutes, but what we're going to do is we're going to add the internal flag, and this is going to reveal anything internal to that group. Okay. So he's got a Peabody Scoop of the Year. He was born on the 30th, 19... So you know what? I should probably be putting down a notepad. Okay, so... 1979... He's also S-Bird, so he might be able to use that to access a website. mws.com. Also, in case I need to do something, let's do... B. O'Brien. So, reason I'm doing that is so that I can, if I need to pretend that I'm sending an email, I can do that a little more credibly. Okay, so let's do administration. Nope. S-Bird 1. Ah. This might be interesting too. Okay, so the sibling might know something. Also, I want to double check that... Yeah, okay. So unless there's something else I think I can get away with in the Active Directory, I think... Oh, you know what? There is one other thing I want to try and do. Air crack. I don't think I have enough information. Arrow dump. I don't think I have enough information about the... Oh, is this just not going to take it? No Wi-Fi found on this domain. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else for me to do here. Let's just disconnect. Can you try to make the smart house try to murder him? So, funny thing, Johnny Big Time, we actually used the grill in an automated, in a smart house to call a drone strike down on it. So I'm gonna take your funny little line. I'm gonna take your your effort to try and make me get all nervous, and I'm gonna be, bam! Did you actually know that that's a real thing you can do in this game? A2XB cache. All right, let's see if we can get away with this. So I don't have
Acquired.
any information at all about what this guy's password might be, so John the Ripper may not help us out. Anyways, so Johnny Big Time has been doing some amazing work on Twitch. He is a genuinely funny guy. He's got a great camera presence. He's been having some technical difficulties, just as well as just demands on his time and such, which have kind of kept him from being able to do sort of everything we might hope for his channel. Okay. That's the first time that hasn't worked, so. Request level denied. So is it the fact that I'm... Okay, so it's actually... Yeah, so it's if I use, like, everything. Well, we know John the Ripper didn't work, so... This is gonna take a while. Oh wait, is this 58 minutes? No, screw that.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
Actually, okay, here's the first thing I'm gonna do. HI to bits.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Wait.
Warning. Partial prints config loaded. You are about to perform...
Prince. That's very funny that GGW6A2XB eCache. Well, that's not right. Say to XB. Sorry, Johnny. I am completely sucking at your shout out tonight. GW6A2XB ECACHE MWS.com.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Ah, I get it now. I needed to give it more information. Okay, so if he was born in 79, what is that? Oh, Jesus Christ, he's 40. That should have been easy. He's not 40? He's 39? How did they know? Okay, all right, well, let's see what we can do to bring that down. Yeah, so what was I going to say? Johnny, he's been doing a lot of The Witcher 3 lately. I've got one huge hope about a collaboration that I hope we can do. But overall, like, Johnny is a really talented broadcaster. He's got a great sense of humor. He's much better at keeping the action going in terms of his streams, rather than me, where I wind up kind of doing these pauses. Although I will say there is one nice thing about sort of doing moments like this, where obviously I get like a minute to be able to talk about things. Johnny, again, is I sometimes feel that in a just world, our follower and viewer counts would be switched around on most times. He's a really gifted caster. He's definitely somebody who I've really never felt I've seen him have a bad cast. There have been times where he's had technical problems, and there have been times that he's clearly frustrated with the game or with what's going on. But honestly, he is somebody who I think continues to just deliver with a consistency that I really admire, and that I wish I could sort of emulate myself. Now, Sungif also had something else to say here. More importantly, can you make North Korea nuke Seoul? And by doing it, kind of legitimize Pakistan nuking India by doing so, which, of course, will make India nuke right back. And while they're at it, send a nuke or 3 at England because of historical reasons, which will make the UK freak out and drop nukes on India and the Middle East, which will make Israel drop nukes on the Middle East, which will make Russia drop nukes on everyone, which will make China and America drop nukes on everyone too. You're here for World War III. So, no, you cannot do that. Okay, so I've run into a bit of a block here, and it might have been because I wasn't paying attention properly. So let's go back on that other hypothesis that we had about Samantha being able to give us something. I'll log back into that other source, although I'm probably going to have to rederive it. But before I give up on this, let's follow this hunch that maybe the sister can get us something. So this is not a bad example of sort of what the game is about, right? You've got the hacking tools, but the hacking tools aren't like, I push this button and now I own you. I wish there was some kind of an indication as to what the date is, because I feel like these people should be 40, unless it's October the 3rd. Maybe that's where I got it wrong. 7 minutes now. Yeah, let's just do a standard John the Rip. Oh.
Warning. Partial prints config loaded. You are about to perform an incomplete password attack against the target.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but I don't really have... I didn't get enough information at the time.
C2 registry.
So we probably lost access to that other network. Let's try and get that back. Oh, wow, I really... I just closed everything up. Okay, so it was Contact Us that had the weakness. So, oh, you know what? Maybe the Fox Acid settings are still there.
Fox Acid server connection.
Those TCP/IP with an alpha exploit using after midnight on.
Fox Acid attack launched. Fox Acid attack connection completed.
Now I have Velkin, but I can assure you that the the stuff that this game talks about is far more frightening to me than anything that's in an H.P. Lovecraft story. I don't think I have the Active Directory on my own, so let's go back to the WMI scanner.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so netscan. Again, we're using this to find the Active Directory. The Active Directory is going to be what gives us the information we need on the people. So I want to be a little more. I wonder if there's a way. I always felt. Yeah, here we go. Let's add that to the case file. That way. And what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to... Oh, I can't add this to the case file?
Information gathering. Password attack unsuccessful.
Okay, well that's enough that I need inside here. Apparently it just gave me the whole thing.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so this is probably not the most efficient thing that I can be doing right now. I don't think this will get me anything, but also, did I ever find out what happened to that S-fuzzer? I don't think I did. That's a shame. Okay, well let's do that right now, just in case there's something internal that I didn't know about. We can give this 2 minutes. You leave this one alone because at one point in time you had participated too much Lovecraft and Spile Materia, and hoo boy, the nightmares. Well, I mean, this game also has some Lovecraftian. Well, at least the setting has some Lovecraftian stuff. In the sort of in going on in the. I screwed up. Let's do that again, but only internal sites. But yeah, like obviously this is very tongue-in-cheek, but I am utterly astonished at some of the stuff that I find in this story. Okay, so again, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try and get into one of these. Yeah, and then the aircraft. I don't think.
Initiated.
Yeah, no Wi-Fi on the domain, so that doesn't help me. I don't need to worry about this right now. And the fuzzer's busy doing its thing. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and connect to... Hydra won't... I don't think Hydra helps me out here.
Initiated.
Surely there is a way that I can copy. No. A2XB. Yeah. Multi-protocol tool designed to initiate a connection between various low-level protocol, Internet of Things device. Yeah, so this isn't the right tool for that job. Okay. So I think it's telling me that I need to do some kind of a password attack. Why am I losing it here?
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
So it may be that I don't have enough information about about this guy to have an effective attack, but what am I doing? Was GGW say 2x. I don't think that's right. Unless there were no internal directories. In that case, that doesn't matter. Okay. Well, again, we're still gonna follow this idea that there's something on this site that we've been given. W6A2XB me cache mws.com spurred.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
You know what? It never told me that I only had partial information. So instead, let's try this. Let's actually try this twin sister. So GG high 2-bit cache mws.com spurred 1.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Bird 39, and apparently there's other variables that we can add. So nope. Cool. Okay, so apparently it's just amnesty.
Warning. Partial prints config loaded. You are about to perform an incomplete password attack against the target.
So apparently there's one other thing that I can do here. All right, well, there's that, I guess. let you continue with my hacking the subject that's just over your head for as young as you're out. Oh yeah, Velkin, I'm being very silly here. But like to give you an example of some of the like nightmare-inducing stuff that I saw inside here. Okay, I have a feeling that I'm barking up the wrong tree on this one. Oh, okay, we can. Oh, but it's 39 minutes. Yeah, let's find out what's adding the bulk to that time. I think we can get away with 2 minutes, but maybe the sister wasn't the right approach. But yeah, it's there was this mission where we needed to find basically a phone. So we used the phone of an individual to find out when they were in and out of the office, and then we used that to track them through other Wi-Fi centers to pinpoint their location. Got it.
Successfully compromised.
All right, integrity is key. I guess in this case I do the file browser. No file system found. I feel like I'm missing a really obvious thing. I feel like I should be able to access... So obviously I've got the password, but... Oh, it's because I... Oops. I think I just got rid of that for no reason. Spurred 1. Integrity is key. There we go. Articles to verify. Oh. And this is all locked to me. Okay, so not like right idea, but I didn't get the information that I needed out of that. So let's take that same idea.
Network disconnected.
Okay, that's not surprising. I am curious though if I go to my case file.
Information gathering.
Yep, I gotta hack it again.
Initiated.
Oh, is this me still trying Esperd 1? Hey, you go, Karen. Good to see you. Maybe we'll just let this thing run itself out. Oh wait, this isn't the right directory, I don't think. GGW is what we needed. Yeah, this isn't going to get me anything. So this is why I left this open.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack connection completed.
Okay, so again, it's a limited window, but we kind of know what we're looking for now, so I'm not as concerned about it. Although I did forget the Active Directory again, so I'm going to need to do that.
Information gathering module initiated.
Just for the interests of time, I'm going to add that. Now again, there might be some sense in me trying to attack this guy's editor as well. But we'll leave that be for now. And as before, we'll do the password attack.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
I think I actually record. No, I didn't record everything on this guy, so we're still good. I don't know if I'm making this game seem interesting to anyone, but it's a fun little puzzle. Okay, so yes.com. S-bird.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Okay, so let's see what we can find. Again, we're just going to try and reduce this down as much as we can. Sebastian Bird 39. Oh, we already did reporter. Yeah, that was kind of remote. Can't believe I didn't do the Peabody before. Scoop? Nope. Of the year? No. Global Gazette. Okay, well, that narrows it down. Let's start adding some extra layers. 2 minutes seems long, but gives me a chance to talk with people. Is part of this game to clean up your footsteps that you were there? No, Hacknet does that and Uplink does that, but I believe in this particular case, there's no logs. So Johnny Big Time, you were a little worried you were doing something on the other side of the room and password attacks sound like acid attack. And you said out loud, what the fuck is this guy doing? Well, yeah, see, this is the interesting thing, Johnny. Like, you're seeing a very small part of what you can do in this game, because one of the missions that we had was we needed to identify a house that had a very important piece of information, and we were ordered to call in a drone strike on it. And so we needed to identify what the right house was. And it was a very cool little touch. It's one of the reasons I want to go into one of the main stories. But this is actually a really interesting little... There we go.
Password successfully compromised.
Sets me free. So now we're going to go into the data forensics. GGW6A2XB, mycache.com. All right, S-bird sets me free with an exclamation mark at the front. Current work, ready to edit. Floor King Challenge, Facebook, your private account isn't private. Drafts, your DNA is for sale. There we go. Sebastian Bird, Global Gazette, your DNA is for sale. Their tests may not be expensive, but the real cost is your privacy. Ever since forensic science has become more and more popular as a tool for finding criminals, corporations have been trying to find a way to capitalize in this untapped market, especially during the social networking age where everyone wants to know everything about everybody. Enter DNA ancestry companies like Genome, which, using a friendly facade, offer to plunge deep into your family's past at the low cost of £79.99. What arrives at your home is a DNA kit and an easy-to-understand pamphlet asking you for a few drops of blood, a strand of hair, and a swab of saliva. Once you have the materials, you ship the kit back to Genome, wait a few days, and they send you a complete document on your lineage, any hereditary diseases running through your family, and other horrific details you might not even know about. Sounds fun, right? Sadly, what they fail to clearly disclose is that they reserve the right to keep this information so that they can sell it to ad execs and other predatory companies, as well as provide your DNA to law enforcement agencies if they ask for it. It's all hidden in their ridiculously long terms of service. As long as the buyers have the money, your blood is for sale to the highest bidder. Editor, a little redundant here, try to trim it. For our investigation, I paid for a kit and filled out the necessary information, but for testing purposes, I sent them a vial of my blood mixed with our intern's blood, as well as a dog's hair and saliva to see what would come up in our results. Note, add the results here, we'll finish the rest for tomorrow. So, our goal here was to find out who he was investigating. We have that now. Genome. And we did it. Any questions? I I kind of want to do one, especially this Welcome to Sector 9. We've got an hour and 43 minutes for each of these, so I'm going to wait. I really want to figure out what the deal with this thing is. But I think I'm going to jump into... I think I'm going to jump back into the story, because we started one, and I have an itching to do more.
Turbine C2 register network disconnected.
All right. What do you guys think of this, by the way? I'm fascinated by this game, but this might just be a me thing. Okay, back to story mode. So, Operation Dark Sentinel. Tracking done to regain Night Team 4's assets will lead to a much deeper investigation. What do you say? This looks pretty interesting. Would you describe it as a puzzle? Yeah, casual nothing. It definitely has puzzle elements to it. It also has a really interesting story to it as well. It takes place in this world created for the Black Watchman. There are real life elements that you can bring in too. I'm doing the story, which does not. So it says here: type investigation, real life minimal, level average, ambient spy agent. So this is basically the second mission for me to do, and it's dealing with the consequences of something that happened a bit earlier. So let's see. I think the intro is the overall intro for the mission. So let's take a quick look.
Loading Stinger OS log.
The user, Ego Karen, absolutely.
Station 15. Agent Tools, October 17th, 2016. Playback started. Information gathering module initiated.
Position, latitude 32, longitude -117.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
32 minus 117, confirm. Deploying satellite imagery. That's California, San Diego, next to the Mexican border. It's like a mall and a parking lot next to the freeway.
Tracking code 736D6F 72726973.
7360 6F 72 72 69 73, confirmed. U.S. Postal Service, something similar.
3 minutes to ground contact.
Information gathering module initiated.
Copy that. I'll get you as much intel as I can. Uploading station logs to X-Keyscore.
X-Keyscore forensics initiated.
I'm cross-referencing her last 24-hour station activities with the Soft Crash project. I poked around the Ropa Group network, but didn't get far. Morpho-medical? Really? She assigned a C2 channel on Soft Crash. I just got the log activity.
2:30 to ground contact.
Okay, that's level 3 backdoor access to the Morpho-medical mainframe. Must have been acquired some time ago. This stuff's from 2014. What the hell were you doing in there, Samantha?
2 minutes 15.
I'll indicate access to the main Soft Crash repository with activity for at least 3 hours.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Connecting to the Morpho C2 channel.
Connection completed.
Poisoning active. Connecting to the main firewall.
2 minutes.
Launching packet sniffer.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Sniffer running. I'll stream the firewall activity logs to see what's going on. Not sure what I'm looking at here. Is that a background process?
Minute 30.
Seems like a payload is being moved. Can you run 213.59.2.62?
Warning. Intrusion detected on level 2 firewall. Information gathering module initiated. Security protection activated. Shutting down all external network activity. System in lockdown mode.
No.
Ground unit, proceed with caution. We don't have eyes on target. Mothership is down. Repeat, mothership is down.
Network disconnected.
I thought that was going to be the briefing rather than that video again. So that probably did not explain anything to anyone. Two quick things just from chat. So Sungif, I missed your happy solstice message. That's right. I completely forgot it was solstice. So I also don't know what one does during solstice, but happy solstice to all. Ego, so it's a little tough. So when you talk about ownership, like I don't see there being an incompatibility with a state's ability to use data on its citizens while the ownership being for those citizens. So to give you an example, in Scandinavian countries, they have citizens registers, and that allows them to do quite a bit of statistical work, and something that Canada doesn't presently have. Canada has a business register, but it does not have a citizens register. But in neither of these cases, I think it's fair to say that the state owns the data on the citizens. And then I would also say, and also in terms of business registers, obviously the data on it, so this could be anything, I mean, registers don't contain that information, but certain countries will, well, all countries will retain that tax information, and certain departments will have, certain divisions will have different access. Really interesting statement about Canada, by the way. Fewer people know this. The statistics laws are stronger than the intelligence laws, and for the very reason that if the intelligence laws are stronger than the statistical laws, then this effectively means that intelligence can come in and ask for statistical information from that group. And what that means is that people will be less willing to submit their data. You may not honestly answer a survey, or people will always have that idea in mind when they go to access it. So in fact, the statistical agency in Canada could tell one of its intelligence agencies, you are not allowed to access this data. I don't think they ever ask because the laws have been written that way. But the last time that the Statistics Act was covered, that was essentially the request of the chief statistician that the Statistics Act be stronger than the laws governing those that legislature. Now, it's hard to say that Canada is the model for huge advancement, but I would argue that if there is something that is inhibiting Canadian growth, it is not sort of a lack of access for every government institution to be able to get information on its individual citizens. And then, in terms of technological progress compared to states like China, it's an interesting question. I suppose in some senses it's one that will be answered through the passage of time. But again, just when it comes down to individual citizens' rights, so like property rights and such, right? A lot of the growth of China has been through essentially economic but not political liberalization. And so the individual ownership of these property rights, the capital formation, the profits coming from it, it's been that has been the engine for Chinese growth. It's them abandoning sort of this this state-run model. It's not to say that there aren't state-run enterprises inside China. It's just that the engine of growth has largely been one through private ownership. So if somebody would want to make the argument that sort of state ownership of data is sort of the key to unlocking technological progress, I would first need to hear the argument that says that state ownership of citizens' data is different from what's happened to all other forms of private property. That traditionally it's been associated, private ownership has been associated with growth. Now, as far as whether or not corporations should own that data, I mean, the problem that we have right now, this probably isn't the best analogy, but when sort of the Cold War was over and these former communist states kind of wanted to liberalize their economies, from what I understand, there were some cases where citizens were all sort of given equal shares in state-run enterprises, and then eventually, there were people who managed to collect all of these shares, and they wound up as these huge oligarchs, whether or not it was done through legitimate means or not. So if that I don't know that much about that story. I'd actually really like to look into it. If that actually happened, I think the challenge is that we've probably got a very similar story in terms of our own data right now, which is we're all consuming services like Facebook and Twitter, and Android phones and all of these things here, and we're largely unaware of exactly what kind of data has been collected on us and why it's being used. And I think the amount of data that's been given to these companies that they now quote unquote own has sort of been collected because people don't necessarily know any better. So I have a feeling that there should be some mechanism in order for people to be able to sell their data to a company. But I'm not entirely sure the trade-off of like my ability to use Facebook Messenger means that they get to take the following things on me is necessarily the socially optimal trade-off. I think that there needs to be something to sort of address the imbalance that exists between people's perceptions about the value of their data relative to what they're doing. Because right now I feel that there is, there's quite a few things that companies are sort of using to play by very different rules from other actors. But yeah, on the question of ownership, I really don't see how it would be an impediment to companies and countries being able to operate if the ultimate ownership lay in the citizen. Because of course, ownership doesn't imply that the state is unable to use them. Again, I gave these examples of like some countries have citizens registers, other countries don't, and I don't know. I just sort of think that the ability to record keep, let's say, is maybe a little bit different from saying that, my data is ultimately private. Anyways, hopefully that was enlightening or interesting. Obviously, if you guys have your own opinions, I'd love to hear them, but I'm going to carry on. Although I will also say too, on a note, like obviously this game has a really interesting take because it's entirely about, what intelligence agencies do sort of in the name of sort of national defense. And obviously there was a big conversation that happened as a result of things like Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning's leaks. And to a certain extent, I think that those operations largely were intended to create mistrust of entities that are ultimately behaving in the public's interest. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are beyond question. But I actually am not bothered by the fact that the state has some of these capabilities. And I am much more interested in terms of what the safeguards a society puts in place to prevent the abuse of these technologies rather than the existence of these technologies themselves. And I think ultimately one of the things that hurts us from being able to make these proper determinations are exactly what we were talking about a little bit earlier, which is that because people don't quite understand the scope of what can be done with it, and they don't maybe necessarily understand what they're giving up to these companies that are not necessarily acting in their best interests, we have sort of a less than socially optimal exchange that's happening.
The house rental company you found looks promising. Kruger Services is involved with 4 other locations and may very well help us uncover Dr. Ripper's true identity. For this assignment, we'll need you to push further into advanced X keyscore investigation. I'll patch you into all German civilian and government databases we have access to. Use these to cross-reference Kruger Services' assets and start building a comprehensive visual map of the situation. Your mission objectives are cross-reference German open source and government databases with Kruger Services assets, identify entities that are connected with Kruger Services houses, infiltrate at least 2 networks and execute a full analysis, explore any external links or other third parties that may be involved.
Cool. Good luck, Agent. We need you on this one. So this is following up, for those of you who maybe don't remember, we had identified this housing company to try and find a target which was associated with the theft of these tools from Night Team 4. So this one's probably going to be a little more detective work, as the briefing indicates. So investigate if a link exists between the houses rented by John Schaffer and the hacking activities. So let's...
Looks like we're gonna have to dig deeper. As Wheeler explained, we've unlocked multiple country-level databases. Police reports, emergency room admissions, tax registries, cab transports, airline activities. There's a lot to work with here, but fingers crossed we can link something back to one of the houses. We limited the scope for the last couple of months, but there's still a lot of data to sift through. If I were you, I'd start by looking for any traveling chatter in the area, and if you get anything from that.
Yeah, and like, Ego Karen, like it's not. Oh.
Looks like we're gonna have to dig deeper. As Wheeler explained, we've unlocked multiple country-level databases. Police reports, emergency room admissions, tax registries, cab transports, airline activities. There's a lot to work with here, but fingers crossed we can link something back to one of the houses. We limited the scope for the last couple of months, but there's still a lot of data to sift through. If I were you, I'd start by looking for any traveling chatter in the area, and if you get anything from that.
Yeah, and Ego Karen, I know it sometimes doesn't seem like it, but when it comes down to
forensics initiated.
When it comes down to topics like this, it is not actually a requirement for me that people agree with my views. It's really more of a question that I want to, at least as best as I can, analyze the proposition or the question as well as I can. I don't always do a good job of it, but they're interesting ones, and they're very contemporary ones, right? Like, these are things that we need to deal with. If you want an economics answer, it's usually going to be something along the lines of, if it is effectively modeled as a market, and in this case, we are talking about, the exchange of data and and ownership and property rights and such. So insofar as you can model it as a market, generally, those kinds of answers are going to be, well, how can we make sure that that market works effectively, and how can we make sure that we achieve socially optimal outcomes? And in these particular cases, obviously, it seems to be that things are structured in such a way that there are a very small number of very large and influential players, and the people who are acting inside of it are largely unaware of exactly what this is being used for, neither of which I think are good recipes for socially optimal choices. And so I think that's kind of where I would be starting on that. So good. Thank you, Casual Nothing. I'm sorry I didn't have a little bit more going on, but we're going to start doing some investigation. I mean, at this point, I'm just going to be I'm just kind of throwing things against the wall. So let's do traveling chatter. Can I do IDs and rec? Oh yeah, looks like I can get away with that. All right. The problem is that I'm not doing this at the time. Interesting. I'm not doing this immediately after the last mission, and so I'm not recalling. Okay, let's toss out Martin. I don't remember exactly who these people were. Now, traveling chatter is probably not the best thing that I can be checking in between these individuals. Thing is, I really feel like tax records would be better. Better than anything when it comes to rentals. Okay. Interesting.
Excellent! Look for information that would reveal a domain name we could hack. If that works, simply rinse and repeat that for the other houses, and we can start building a database of networks.
Okay. Congratulations, Agent. You've unlocked a new set of X keyscore entities. You will now have access to new data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. So, thank you for riding with Mike. F. Ride completed July 30th, 2018 at 7:15. Receipt number. Pick up private residence. Drop off Insuradebt offices. Cool. I'm not quite done with you.
Forensics initiated.
Yeah, it's a hard one, Ego Karen, and sometimes it's not even a matter of data. Like, data is obviously a very valuable commodity right now, and this is largely due to a number of technological advances that we've had in terms of our ability to process information. So this X keyscore thing, again, it's based on a real piece of technology that the NSA has, and it's largely intended to take extremely large databases of information. So, like, I'd put it to you this way, like. Actually, no, I've got an even better example of this. In the real world right now, Alex Jones is being sued by the families of some students who were killed during a school shooting incident. And for those of you who don't know who that is, Alex Jones is a conspiracy theory host. He's actually been in two movies that just one movie that I've seen. Waking Life by Richard Linklater. I don't think he was in A Scanner Darkly. I could be mistaken, though. Really reprehensible guy. So the reason he's being taken to court by these people is that he's claiming that the school shooting was faked, and that these people in particular are basically paid actors to claim that children that they lost are not actually dead, that they're part of this conspiracy to take away guns in the United States. Now, in this sort of process, I think it's discovery. I'm not 100% sure where it is, but basically, as part of the legal proceedings, he needed to hand over a number of emails. And this is a big database, right? And this is a thing about court cases now, is that if people ask you for emails, and especially if you are a large organization with a lot of communications, this is going to mean a very large database that both sides are going to need to investigate. People who are opposed to you are... El Canoe, thank you very much for that host. Have you heard of this game? Great to see you. For those of you who don't know him, by the way, El Canoe is a French streamer. So the one connection that I will make here is this is a game from a studio that's based in Montreal. So French-Canadian. But El Canoe is a very talented French caster. I've been seeing he's been doing some... it looks like there's still some more co-op for Satellite Rain going on, but it might be that I'm just seeing VODs. Anyways, El Canoe has got a wonderful taste in independent games. Even if you don't speak French, he's got a wonderful camera presence and an ability to sort of convey ideas non-verbally. And so I've actually wound up buying a few games off of him. Well, not off of him specifically, but as a result of his broadcasts, and he's somebody that I can definitely give a good recommendation for. So this is a hacking game. They've done a lot of really good research for this, but it definitely has a strong narrative element, which we're looking in right now. We're sort of right now trying to follow a lead that we found last week. You're like, Alex is completely crazy what you like if he actually took those claims back. Okay, that's fair. So... So yeah, the what's going on in this problem here, of course, if you are on the other side of this exchange, obviously you're looking for information that will help your case against this individual, and if you are the person defending, you're also going to want to go through those files because you want to know what your opponent is potentially going to be bringing up. And because now we're in a world where there's millions and potentially billions of documents that might be involved in these exchanges, there needs to be a way of going through them. And as it turns out, what's gone through here is the emails that were submitted contain child pornography. Now, this is a very different claim from saying that Alex Jones is someone who collects child pornography. That is not necessarily established by those emails, but it's a perfect example of the kinds of problems that you can run into. His individual claim is that this has been planted by the government, which I think is a fairly extraordinary claim, and he had his lawyer on, and his lawyer like categorically refused to entertain that accusation. But his view is that Jones has been the subject of an attack which is specifically intended to create this kind of problem. Now, I can't think of a more serious thing to be transmitting. Clearly, the only person who intended that information to be transmitted was whoever put it in there. Well, I mean, I suppose if it was Jones himself to put it there, he wouldn't have intended it. But like, if this is a matter of somebody planting that information, the only person who would ever intend to have that information transferred would have been the person who made the attack. But it gives you an idea of exactly how hard it is to comb through this information. Clearly, nobody who is a defendant is going to want to voluntarily offer some of the most incriminating digital evidence that you could imagine. There's every reason in the world for this to get scrubbed, and it can't be done because there's simply too much of it. I mean, I'd love to say that they're all incompetent, but to what I understand, he's actually got a very good lawyer, or at least a very aggressive lawyer. So something like X-Keyscore is designed to... So now, of course, imagine that you are a state-run intelligence agency and you have got very robust collection. Your ability to hoover up all of this information means absolutely nothing if you can't make meaningful inferences from it. And there's presumably a better way of managing that than just randomly picking emails. And then, of course, there's also the concerns that you have about whether or not you have any business looking at that kind of information, because clearly there are protections for citizens. And of course, as a Canadian, I'm sure the NSA feels perfectly entitled to read everything that I've ever written if they have access to it, because I'm not an American citizen and I'm not protected by those safeguards. But a tool like X-Keyscore is exactly the sort of thing that is sort of winnowing down this galaxy of information to things that might be relevant. And that's ultimately what's happening inside the game here. Elkanu says, Satellite Reign was completed. You're on Star Trek Bridge Crew for co-op streams. Hey, I didn't watch you play that, but I did see that in your history. How is that? Because that looks like a really neat idea for a game. Okay, similar story here with the Taxi, private residence to novelty publishing. We're going to keep following. So this was Sophie and Michelle. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to take Jan Pfaff and Martin Brandt and see if we can find anything in their taxi receipts. Let's try that again. Oh, it's because I didn't have traveling chatter. Okay, similar ideas here.
X-Keyscore forensics.
Congratulations,
initiated.
Agent, you unlocked this new set of Keyscore entities. You now have access to new data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. And then...
X-Keyscore forensics. Initiated.
Similar idea. They wound up at Hookshot Games. So these are all basically businesses that these people have gone to. They've been added to. They've been added to the bet. So there's no individual connections between these individuals yet. I'm trying to think what might even be relevant here. I will do the same trick. I think I'm just going to double these folks up. See if I can find anything like hospital admissions or travel records. Airline might be fairly important as well. I'll just kind of eliminate these possibilities, and then we'll start looking for relationships with these companies that they've gone through. Oh, I wasn't sure if you. So you're not playing it in VR, or are you? Oh wait, we already did the cab stuff, so that's not as relevant. So are you? I guess you're playing on the desktop then. There's actually a game very similar to it called Space Team. It's a mobile game, which I really liked, and it's one where you need to basically give nonsense instructions to your comrades. Okay, so let's take Michelle and Sophie, and we're just gonna do another scrub. I think we already did the tax database, so I'm just gonna kind of scrub these. We'll see if there's anything along the lines. I'm thinking airline passenger is probably the best bet, but I just want to see sort of the first degree. There doesn't seem to be any connection between these individuals other than this rental company. Ah, gotcha. All right. Oh, well, no, this isn't new information. I just took the taxi cab company again. Again, I'm not really expecting any of these things to come through, but okay. So, it would seem to me that the tax databases make a little more sense when investigating businesses, so probably could have added IDs and records to that as well. Aha. Okay. Okay. So here's some information that we'll find interesting. So, the Commissioner for the Federal Central Tax Office Tax Department hereby grants your request for a review of your 2017 corporate tax rate for Insuradebt Incorporated. There's a tax ID here, which I normally would have highlighted. Because obviously this is going to be like, so if I was going into a government database, a tax ID is almost certainly going to be something that I can use to identify a business and link those things. However, for me, Sven Gerber is definitely a link that I'm going to want as part of the investigation. So let's just add it to the case file. But Sven Gerber at insuradebt.com, and of course it's possible that I can use Insuradebt as sort of a toehold to be able to find one of their servers that I can jump in. So hey, tall man alive, good to see you. The representative can expect a copy of your 2017 corporate tax rate breakdown in the next 3 days. If the breakdown is not received in time, please contact us directly at the number above.
X key score forensics.
All right.
Initiated.
Now hookshot. So similar story here. Insuradebt. All right. We have updated your file to reflect the change. We will now deal primarily with your newly appointed registered representative. Okay. It's making progress.
Initiated.
Let's just take Nullbyte and Novelty Publishing. All right. Similar story here. So, T Publishing Limited, Tim Koenig, and Tim Koenig at. So the email address is probably the thing that's going to be the most helpful in terms of like the domain name. But I do want to keep some of these names in case I need to do something like a sort of a social engineering kind of attack. Okay, so Nullbyte is being audited. So it's industries. Bayer, this is probably a CFO, but it isn't telling me that, so I'm not going to assume that. Bayer at Byte.com. Currently underway, the audit has been assigned to a primary officer of the tax office who will contact you directly with regards to the presentation of necessary document. This notice serves only as a preliminary notification. Now, I think I actually think I have what I need to be able to get this sort of stuff done. But I am going to try something. I want to see if I can actually make a connection. So it would seem to me, in terms of a tax database, if any of these individuals were hired, by these enterprises, I would see that reflected in tax data. Okay. I think it's just going to give me the same. The fact that it's telling me that I want to infiltrate to networks kind of suggests that I think the X key score thing is done. But I feel like there should be another layer to this. I'm only going to do it for two companies. If it doesn't turn out for these, I'm not gonna do all the combinations. Yeah, it looks like it's just. And I guess it kind of makes sense too, because you don't want, like, I can imagine for a game like this, you don't want all of your puzzles to be entirely running through the X key score, because at this point it becomes a little bit like the beta version of Cultist Simulator, where it just sort of felt like you had to brute force everything for the solutions. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to look for the low-hanging fruit first of all. We're going to do an open source int scan. I will look at both Google and Bing for both of these ones, but shuradat.com, Google.com, Bing.com, depth 1000 is going to be 2000 for each one. And I'm basically going to do that for each. I'm going to do that for each company while I fingerprint each of their
information gathering module.
Each of their domains.
Initiated.
Okay, so we'll basically do something like this. So shotgames.com, and we want www clients and mobile. So ensure that. Hey, Resonance Factor. So this thing will finish up right around the time we're done with our fingerprints. Actually, just a little bit beyond. Okay, so www portal services shop. Okay, so ensure a debt has a vulnerability. I'm actually going to leave this aside then. No, we can. No, I do, because let's just focus on one thing at a time. So I'm actually going to go to another window. No, I can. Yeah, I can manage this. I just want to make sure I don't close the wrong window here. So let's check out the exploits. So search PHP. Nope. Okay, CVE 2016-4071 format string vulnerability in PHP SNMP error function in the ext SNMP snmp.c in PHP before 5534 56x before 5620 and 7x before 705 allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary code through UDP via format string specifiers in an SNMP get call. Preferred delivery method, UDP, exploit to use crafted SNMP packet. So we'll open up Fox Acid to
server connection
set it up.
initiated.
So UDP was a crafted SNMP packet. Again, we'll do after midnight until we're told otherwise. My bad. There's Fox Acid. And mobile ensure that. And
Fox
away we
Acid
go.
attack launched. Fox acid attack connection completed.
All right, so I think we own this thing. We don't see any timeline on it, so let's see what we can find inside here.
Information gathering module initiated.
And actually, while I'm at it, let's see if there's any internal information. So Sfuzzer, where are we again? This is Insura, right? Yeah, Insuradet. So Insuradet, we'll set them up for 60 seconds and we'll only use internal sites. Okay, so dig ERP.
There's that ERP we found on Kruger. Go ahead and try to scan another company.
All right, so in this case, it's basically telling me that I'm done, but yeah, we might as well. There's nothing else for me to go for here. So we're going to need to use search exploit again, but I'll just try and tidy up the database a little bit. Or not the database, but my workspace. So we got Hookshot. Let's do novelty publishing com. I want www portal services and shop. Nope. Okay. Portal. Okay, we only found one out of novelty publishing. That makes me think that there's something deeper hiding behind here. So let's do this Fuzzer. We'll make that a 1 minute run. Shop, Hookshot. And failing that, we'll do a www on novelty publishing. I can also try other attacks. Okay, as it turns out, I didn't need to worry about that. So let's go back to the exploit database. Right, because I was looking for internal websites. So search, it's the CRM 4.0. All right, this module exploits a stack buffer overflow in CRM's RPCSS service, or RPC listener via DCOM. Custom-crafted SOAP request can execute code via UDP. This vulnerability was originally found in the last stage of Delirium, by the last stage of Delirium research group, and has been widely exploited ever since. This module can exploit the English versions of Windows NT 4.0 Service Pack 36A, Windows 2000, Windows XP, and Windows 2003, all in one SOAP request. A newer version of Microsoft products may not be protected against it. Turns out it's just www.noveltypublishing, so this might be a harder one for me to work with, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's just get Fox Acid to drop the new toys. All right, we were at the shop.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack connection completed.
Okay, no need to bring up Fox Acid again. I did want to do an this is a fingerprint. So let's do an S-Fuzzer on Hook. And again, we just run it for a minute. Nope, don't do that. Do it internally. Again, I suspect I won't be doing anything internal, but you never know. Okay, so we're on WMI. So NetScan. There might not be anything here, but seeing as... Okay, dig.
Same ERP as the last one. That's a hell of a coincidence. So strange.
So the thing that I'm not 100% clear on is what the deal is with... I'm not quite sure what the deal is in terms of like what I'm finding inside this dig thing. Like, I'm not 100% sure about the simple ERP, like why that's significant. I just know that when I do dig, sometimes the game gives me an attaboy. Is it really? Okay. I don't think there's much here for me though. So we didn't find any internal servers. Not much else for me to work with. So let's see what's going on with novelty publishing. And SynScan, we were on Nullbyte and Bing.com, 1,000 each. That's source. Explore any external third party that might link the various companies. Okay, so this might be interesting. So I have a feeling this will be another X key score thing, but what I do want to do is I just want to close my options on novelty publishing. So because I can't find an exploit to bring me inside their world, let's see if we can do anything with a spear phishing attack. So we'll start by taking www.noveltypublishing.com. That ain't right. Ah, there we go. Okay, well, they're probably going to be most susceptible to Microsoft Word. Oh. I forgot. We can increase our database a little bit. Okay, so an email template. I'm not quite sure what RFP is supposed to stand for. This is just going to be a quick... oh, request for proposal. All right. So I'm going to be using somebody who works there as the alias. Let's see if we can get inside. Have a wonderful ego, Karen. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Hey, we got it the first try. Oh, payload blocked. Okay.
Turbine
Got him.
C2 registry. Connection completed.
Okay, so first thing I want to do here, because I don't believe that they only have one subdomain. Let's sfuzzer, and we're novelty. We'll run this for 60 seconds and look for any internal sites. So I don't think I need to worry about this anymore. What else can we do? Let's take a quick look in the WMI scanner.
Gathering module initiated.
I don't think there's going to be anything here for me, but we'll see. I was wrong. Okay. Nope. Apparently they were locked out. What else did we have? Well, apparently it's significant that there's that's showing up. Was HR schedules. Admin.novelty publishing is another thing that I can potentially exploit, so let's fingerprint that.
Information gathering module module
And
initiated.
then novelty publishing. And then what else did we have? Reception printers. That's probably not going to show anything too exciting. Okay, so admin doesn't have anything that's ready to exploit. So let me just see. Dig into a network path to index all ports and technologies hosted within the server. So yeah, there's something about the fact that we can identify this technology that's supposed to be significant. I don't think this will work for Active Directory, but let's just...
Information gathering module
It
initiated.
doesn't cost that much for me to try it, especially because there's no time limit on this thing. Let me in. Okay. Oh, I did editors. That's why. All right. I might as well just try all of them, but... All right, nothing too exciting there. So unless I have some other bright idea about how I'm going to get a... Oh, you know what? There is something that I can try. We can try a password attack.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
Admin novelty publishing. I always try to shift tab to go back, and that's my command to bring in the overlay for Steam. So I'm Koenig. Let's see if that works. Okay. So the only other possibility would be www. That's not going to work. All right, I don't think this is worth following long enough, but if I run into a brick wall, we'll definitely go back to novelty publishing again. But we do still have some opportunities with null byte, so let's just see what we can do about fingerprinting them. And if there's nothing interesting that we can find there, then we're just going to find connections between the groups that we've already seen. And we'll use the X key score for that. Johnny, am I convincing you at all to try this game out? I don't think I'm doing a very good job of explaining my method. Versus null byte. By the way, for those of you who are interested in the make your own level aspect of this, apparently that's going to be getting a 25% discount relatively soon. So the game itself is it's just a normal price for a game of this quality around this time. So I don't know if that will be going on sale or if that's something you particularly want to wait for the sale for. But I know there seemed to be a little bit more of resistance in terms of that that super fan product in terms of being able to build your own level. And all right, well, we got something we can look at.
Information gathering module
I know
initiated.
thing is, I don't really know what it's going to be like to work with that. Like, I haven't really tried any of the user generated levels yet, so I don't really have a lot to go on in terms of whether or not that's something I'd want to try.
Fox acid server
Okay,
connection
this is like one of the first ones that
initiated.
we ever learned. So it's a TCP/IP. We will use the custom SOAP request. As always, we use after midnight because I have not really been given an instruction otherwise. The only time I have used an alternative is when the game told me to.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack connection completed.
So let's see what we can find from these guys. As always, I just want to see if there's anything internal that I've missed out on. So we'll do that on null byte. We'll give that a minute and we'll look for internals. And while we're inside, let's do the WMI scanner.
Information gathering module initiated.
Scan. So anything that indicates ERP will be the first project for a dig, because that seems to be the
Yeah, the same setup on all 4.
Okay, so these are presumably like fronts for something. So,
X key score forensics initiated.
there's something that unites these companies. German police records are kind of on the nose, but what kind of game is this? Good question, Cool Colt, and welcome. So the first thing that really appealed to me to this game is that it's very well researched, and they really do a good job of trying to sort of like sell you on the fantasy of hacking and breaking into systems. You are sort of this... You work with governments, but you are not an actual government agency. And let's maybe look at travel. I don't feel like that would quite give me what I need, though. So essentially, you are an operative for this group called Night Team 4. And you're using the tools of this organization to fulfill certain missions. So where we are right now... in one sense, it's sort of it's a simulation game because you're simulating hacking and intruding in various systems and gaining information. It's also a narrative game because there's an interesting story going on here. Apparently, there is an alternate reality game called The Black Watchman that this takes place in the same world with, and there are references to The Black Watchman. I think, actually... Yeah, the TBW archive, that's the Black Watchman. The TBW stands for the Black Watchman. I've not played that game, so I'm not familiar with it. But there's definitely indications that there are supernatural things going on, although it's a little bit lower under the surface. But it is a little bit of like a puzzle and an investigation game. So in this case, we're using a tool called X Key Score, which is a real tool that exists in the world. You and I can't use. Well, actually, I don't know about your background, but presumably you wouldn't be able to tell me if you could use it if you were interested in. But it's like I said, it's really well researched. So it has one of the things that I liked about Civilization, which was the Civilization had the Civilopedia, which would actually tell you a bit about the world. It'd tell you a bit about like the history and the world sort of surrounding it. I cannot see how the animal registry would be relevant here, but while I'm talking, I might as well just kind of brute force some of these cross references. It's also possible that I need another piece of information from another server somewhere before I can gain access to the. Where was I going with this? Anyways, yeah, so it combines all the things that I want. Like, so out of the... Oh yeah, this is the tax database. This is completely uninteresting. I don't feel like I can just throw these things to... Oh! Apparently I can throw these 3 together. Presumably it's not as easy as that, though. But yeah, I'm at the sort of... The neat thing about this one is it's given me enough breadcrumbs to sort of get by. And now what I'm trying... So essentially what's happened was in this particular story, we had a person of interest and we connected them to sort of this Airbnb style sort of rental organization. And we got sort of these other leads in terms of, you know, Jan Pfaff, Martin Brandt, Michelle Filder, and Sophie Akin. And they led us to these individual companies here. Now, these individual companies seem to all have the same piece of technology, which is associated with this person of interest. So as you can sort of see, right, it's the detective story. You're starting to build your case. You're trying to make these connections. And the game does have like little indicators for you. So in this case, explore any external third party that may link the various companies. And this is where I've sort of hit a bit of a block. It's a little hard for me to say that, like, well, the tax database is not interesting because it's going to find the one piece of information that I didn't need. I actually don't think cross-referencing with these German government organizations is really going to give me what I need, and I don't think the addition is going to help either. So I have a feeling that probably I need to go back to the servers to see if I missed something. Okay. One last thing I'm going to try is the traveling chatter. Yeah, so forensics analysis cannot find any direct relations between the entities and pattern analysis. So my best guess here is that I probably just don't have... this is the problem here, is that the least interesting way to do this stuff is to just slam all the possible combinations into X key score and hope that it fits. What's probably closer to the truth is that
C2 registry initiated.
I probably missed out on an opportunity to get some more information. So maybe there's a man in the middle that we can do here. I'm not 100% sure on how this man in the middle thing winds up working for me, to be honest, but... Oh. Okay, nothing on the webcam.
Network intrusion module.
Actually, this might give me... So if they're visiting a site, this might give me some possibilities.
Good thinking. Yeah, you see the HTTP request that keeps recurring about every 10 seconds? Again from the same ERP. Maybe try a fingerprint on the IP address.
Got it.
Information gathering module initiated.
So this is going to try to see whether or not there's anything I can exploit on this.
Oh, hello there. Looks like your Stinger OS detected a known botnet signature. This must be the common point. All these ERPs got compromised. Let me get Wheeler, see how she wants to proceed. Hold tight. Oh, and good work.
Cool. Okay, so essentially what we found was that these businesses may not be in on the plot, but it seems that for one reason or another they've been compromised, and they are following that thread will lead us to whoever was Mr. Jack? I don't remember who it is, actually. Okay.
Thanks to your quick work, we have a much stronger understanding of this complex network. The forensics team mapped out key assets from the intel you've gathered so far, and we've identified at least 4 compromised ERPs, all connected by someone in the last couple of months. At this stage, the identity of this individual is still unclear. They could be Dr. Ripper or an associate. We still don't know the direct link between them, the compromised ERPs, and the botnet. Agent Patricia Conway from our network intrusion team dug a little further to help you out. She tracked down the network administrator from Hookshot Games and had an Onagru trace his activities for the last week. Your mission objectives are: infiltrate Hookshot Games and gain access to their HR database. Track down the mystery individual and find their role at Hookshot Games. Confirm their involvement with at least one other compromised company, Continue your search until hard evidence of our target's identity and role is found.
Now this one interests me, but actually what I want to do before I do any of this, I just want to make sure I don't miss out on those bounties that were interesting to me. So I can't remember how much time that took us. So this one's done in... I think I'm just going to knock all these out. Sorry guys, I know these may not be as exciting to you, but I'm going to do the ones that are expiring soon, because if it takes me half an hour to beat this next mission, I don't want to miss out. Like, I have no idea what Sector 9 is, but it seems like it's a really important one. So, help CSIS infiltrate a series of pharmaceutical companies around the world. Your target is aventech.com. I find the path of their ERP server. So we will do our usual routine. So we'll start with the open source int, aventech.com. This time we'll just use Google and a depth of 1000.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
I can get rid of that.
Network disconnected.
Okay, so we just have Aventech. I feel like that's not right. So we'll set this up for a 60-second run. In the meantime, we're going to fingerprint.
Information gathering module initiated.
So we'll see if there's weakness. If there's a weakness, it's easy. It's easy for me to deal with, but if not, I'll just gain 15 seconds on a... Yeah, so while I'm at it, we'll also see if we can maybe try the social engineering. We'll do a spearfishing attack to see if we can get inside that way, so... That seems wrong. Okay, well, I guess I can't. Okay, so presumably I should be able to handle this without using okay, so the VPN's probably going to be...
Information gathering module initiated.
This is why I run the S-fuzzer in the background while I'm doing the fingerprints, because every once in a while you get caught by something like this. Okay, so it's the Cisco client. This will probably be a straightforward one then. So search Cisco... Okay, so Cisco VPN client 5x through 500700440 uses weak permissions for VPN client.ini, making it easy to spoof, which allows local users through a UDP delivery to gain privileges by entering an arbitrary program name in the command field of the application launcher section. Preferred delivery method, UDP, and it uses content spoofing. So we go to network intrusion, Fox Acid, so we need UDP, content spoofing. I think it said that, right? Yeah. As always, we use after midnight until the game tells us otherwise.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid
Okay, got it.
Connection completed.
So I'm just going to knock these out because I don't need to worry. Actually, the one thing I will do differently, just in case, we'll run our S-fuzzer in the background. Again, 60 seconds, but this one will look for any internal sites now that we're on one of their computers. And in the meantime, we'll use the WMI scanner because presumably we should still be able to find their ERP just from that. Or not. I have no idea why I would want to do this, but... I missed one of them. Hello, the Isaacson. How are you doing? Oh, pretty good. How are you? How are things with you? I think I'll just do all the server one to double check that I got this right. I think more realistically, just the fact that I'm in here. Oh no, it's the accounting ERP probably. Maybe if I actually paid attention to what this the different directories said. So this doesn't actually indicate 4.0. I need to figure out what this ERP thing is, why it's so important. But anyways, I'm like 90% sure this is what we were looking for. So let's just let's grab that. Give it to the Canadians. I am the best hacker ever. Physically ill, mentally pretty A-okay. I'm sorry to hear about physically ill, though. Is it anything different from what's already been ailing you? Is there anything I can do to help? Is there any nice words that I can say? For those of you who don't know, we did have 2 resubs. So the Eyes of Sin is the lovely lady who did these things. And if you can let her know what you think about her art, now would be a really good time to do that. Because I'm very fond of her art style. Okay, so we're going to help the DGSC find information on private military contractors in Yemen, mitemedia.net, and find Mite Media's media server subdomain. I feel like we did this last week, so this again should be a fairly straightforward one. So as always, we'll start with the OSINT scan. I completely forgot the target, so I'm glad that we didn't need to work for that. We'll search Google as usual with a depth of 1,000, and we'll also as-fuzz it after once we start fingerprinting.
Gathering module initiated.
Okay, curiously, the media server was not available through open source intelligence. So as-fuzzer Mite Media, we'll do it for 60 seconds. We're not on an internal server yet, so there's not much I can do about that. But let's see if we can compromise what they've got so far. So if these don't work out and the fuzzer doesn't give us anything that we can work with, then we need to do a social engineering attacks. So we just need to fish them. But this is the most straightforward way to get inside. So we start. Okay, so unless we find something new here, we're gonna have to go about it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, so these are the same four. So and the fact that it's finding emails kind of indicates that this is what it's supposed to be. So we'll also try doing a dictionary pattern. So it's a little harder for me to figure out what's like what to pick for this one. I mean, 63% is not exactly the kind of... we can probably do better. Ooh, okay. Is it really Flash Player that's supposed to be that much more? Okay, yeah, apparently they're looking for that, so... I'm perfectly happy with 77% efficiency, so... Yay!
Turbine C2 registry connection completed.
Zigzag says an ERP is the integrated file system responsible for controlling analytics, visibility, efficiency of a large corporate structure. Okay. this is the shameful thing about the way that I worked with the game last time. So one of the first things that I want to do is the sfuzzer. I think I'm going to start doing 30 because you'll notice all of these things are usually found within then. This time we're going to look for internals. But yeah, because I was doing the tutorial on stream, I was very reluctant to pick up. All of the websites, which are personally very interesting to me, but I kind of feel is a bridge too far in terms of people's tolerance. All right, well, we just found the media server, so we don't need to worry too much about the rest of that. So I've got a couple minutes before I do that. I definitely want to do the Sector 9 one before I go back to the... It says there are 4. Right, so now that I know that the tutorial... What am I doing? Now that I know the tutorials give you the links... I kind of want to learn about the Active Directory. So Active Directory, this is Wikipedia. I'll only read the top levels on these, but Active Directory is a directory service that Microsoft developed for the Windows domain networks. It is included in... Oh, wait, we did read this one. Okay. What else was I looking for then? WMI. Windows Management Instrumentation consists of a set of extensions to the Windows driver model that provide an operating system interface through which instrumented components provide information and notification. WMI is Microsoft's implementation of the web-based enterprise. Okay. Man in the Middle, I feel like I needed to learn more about. Okay, apparently we didn't get links for that one. Fair enough. I don't think Aircrack has any of the stuff that I wanted in there. Okay, so maybe I don't know about some of these things because they were only revealed in the tutorial text. Fair enough. So let's do... we'll do the Sector 9, and then... I do want to do the CSIS one, but I've got an hour for it, so... Provided info 999 entry code. Okay. 18 minutes. Number 9? Number 9? Number 9? Number 9? I can't think of any others. Only on root domains. Oh, it's 9999. My bad. This will take a while because it's 3 rather than 2. I don't think I can just fingerprint that on its own. Well, it gives me something to think about, I guess. Who was surprised by this port? Okay, well, let's see what's here. And it was on Bing, because they like to mess with us. All right. So nothing for me to obviously work with right now. I have no idea how I'm supposed to handle this social engineering stuff. Sector 9, not section. Well, you can't blame me for trying. Yeah, that's a surprise. Okay, so let's think a little bit about what else is there for me to do about these guys. Well, I should have done my S-fuzzer. Okay, that'll complicate things a bit, I think. So what if I did that on Sec 9 81910? Now there's got to be something about that. There's got to be something about that. Also, let's open another one of these so I can OS int it again.
Gathering module initiated.
There's got to be something about that number that means something, but all right, nothing out of there. While I'm waiting, we can run this with 60. I'd be surprised if one of the search engines comes up with something that the S-fuzzer doesn't find, but... Okay, still data. I kind of feel like this is not the way to go. Yeah. I kind of feel like a social engineering attack is not the done thing. Okay, so
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
somebody, it is Anishel. Thank you very much for that follow. So let's think through this a little bit. I'm sure it's one of these like really obvious things that if I just paid attention to the game, I'd get it. But
Turbine C2 registry. Network disconnected.
apparently I can't get rid of the notepad. Okay, so from the top, we are given, welcome to Sector 9, provided info 9999. We need to find an entry code. I'm going to ignore the time limit because that's just going to make me worried. So, I got to get back to thinking about where did I find this. I'm just going to retrace my steps. So let's do an OSINT scan. 9999. We'll use Bing, and this time we're going to use 2000. Hey, thank you very much for that subscription as well. Okay, so no problem at all. Oh, wait a minute. Based on your logo, are you associated with this game at all? Because I feel like I've seen your name on. I feel like I've seen your name on Steam as well. Kind of. Okay. Well, let me say thank you very much for making such an interesting game, and I'm sorry for the absolute butchery I'm going to be doing for of it right now, because I feel like I'm too dumb for this puzzle. Okay, so we fingerprinted it, but let's just do this again to make sure that I've closed off all my possibilities. So the obvious step with everything that we've done before. has been to find an exploit. The two leads that we have right now are this data and this Sec9381910. Unless... Hello, Modi Thorson. This is totally not the way I should be doing it, but I know, at least so far as my experience so far has been. So every time we fingerprinted, it's got Sec9 VoIP. Both are up to date, so it's not like my other. It's not like my other ones, which are a little more straightforward. But so because I know there doesn't seem to be a penalty for submitting a wrong answer, I'm just going to take an absolute flyer. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You think this game is beyond you, Punky McCunky? So depending on when you started watching, this is probably the toughest one that I've come up against so far. So the leads that I've got... Wait, did I just do the 999s? Right, so what I should have been doing instead was an OSINT on Sec9. So we've got a link from this IP here, 9999. We've got another domain. So while we can't directly attack data.sec9, we can at least do a search based on these, based on this information. Like this other domain that we found, we'll chop off the subdomain, and see, this is going to take so long, but I know we already did a 1000 on these. And then the other thing I can do is an S-fuzzer on it while that runs.
Initiated.
So 9. Now, of course, while we're waiting for this to go through, I'm partly doing this just because I'm going to be thinking out loud for a little bit. So what I would have normally have done is look for an exploit on this technology, but both are up to date, so there's nothing for me to do there. I can't do an air crack or a WMI or an Active Directory because I'm not actually connected to anything. I can't fingerprint anything else until I find an alternate. Maybe I'll try like domain 9.sec9, but that seems a little dumb. So again, Fox Acid isn't helpful because I don't know what I'm looking for. If I wanted to try a password attack, there's maybe something there, but I would need a login for that, which I'm not at all clear on. I suppose the only other one I could think about would be... Yeah. Okay, and there were no... That one with the S-fuzzer didn't even find data. So, the one thing I haven't tried, though, is just to try connecting directly to it, because there's nothing saying that there's necessarily a password. So, .sec9... Now that says there's a password. Yeah, well, I've done... See, this is the thing. I've done the tutorial. I didn't get to do all of the links because I was streaming during the tutorial. That's lovely to hear, Punky McMonkey. That's the one thing. If I can't convince people to buy stuff I find interesting right off the bat, at the very least, if somebody wish lists it, that means that there is a hope that that they'll return to it when the price is possibly more attractive. Yeah, so this is where I've got so I've picked up the fact that there is another organization here. There might be something out of the 381910 that I'm supposed to be pulling out, but I believe anytime I've done an OSINT on that, I have too many results, so that's not going to help me out. I've got the IP. Well, I suppose the other thing that I can try, I think this is just going to take me back to the same... Yeah. So, unless, I don't feel like I... So, the challenge that I have on this one is that I've clearly been able to make something out of the 9999, and then there's the next link in the chain is I need to be taking something out of the data.sec9 381910. The sec9 381910, the two most obvious steps for me would be that I either use this as something for another OS int. I feel like I'm not doing the right approach, but I might as well at least have something running while I look a bit further. I mean, the fact that a 60-second fuzzer on that didn't turn up anything makes me kind of pessimistic about what I can get. Maybe there's something that I'm missing in terms of how the functions work. Well, we'll take an IP, so target sources limit, and then a time limit. I mean, I guess I could do like a time limit on, yeah, so it keeps running up with the other things. 25% discount next week for the Steam summer sales. Also, new Twitch drop campaign. Both viewer, also the host, will get exclusive upgrades after 15 minutes of streaming. You added a couple of skins to your inventory, and I can log out and log back in when you're finished with Sec9. That is very cool of you. Thank you very much, Anashel. We'll check those out in a little bit. I have a feeling that probably I'm going to get hammered by the... I'm probably going to get hammered by the time limit on this one, but it's an interesting one, especially because it's one of these things where I've clearly...
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
I feel like this...
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
Was it worth a shot? This is one of the things that I really like about the game, is that it's got a gentle enough sort of ramp up. And even though I'm kind of like, oh damn it, I'm sure there's like a really obvious fix to this that I'm missing out on.
Network intrusion module.
Yeah, MAC
initiated.
MAC address doesn't make any sense. It's not, it's a, like, the level of frustration I feel at myself with this is not a point where it's like, oh, I'm going to stop playing this thing. I feel a little self-conscious that I'm streaming it. But I definitely, like, I'm really engaged in figuring out, I was like, man, I wonder what thing has escaped me in terms of how this game works to keep me, 3 minutes. To keep me going any further. So I'm gonna try some like fairly ridiculous ones at this point. But let's see. Actually, let's just try straight. Oops. I don't think this will do anything too interesting, but yeah. There's really no... See, the thing that I don't like about... Oh, 60 seconds is way too long. The thing I don't like about these kinds of approaches is that there's nothing that the game has really told me to do about these. This, it's very clear that there's, if not data, then something about this particular address, or this this domain name.
Information gathering module initiated.
I don't think it should be showing up. VoIP trunk gateway. Oh.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Yeah, so unless I know like a smartphone model, I don't think there's that much. I don't think there's much that I can do about that. Oh, not for this one. Sec 9 is a secret, very, very rare bounty, and the clues are deeply hidden. Okay, cool. Then I'm not going to feel so bad. I mean, I'm sure there's it sounds like there's a few people who are very familiar with this game who are just like screaming at me for wasting this cool bounty. But oh wait, did I say sector or section? Ah! Trace started the Black Watchman. Oh no. Damn it. I think this thing's gonna... Well, it was worth a shot. Welcome to Sector 9, 909. Trace started. The Black Watchman, Division 88, Station 7491. Trace completed. Oh, right. I need to use this to connect to Wi-Fi. 98713. Damn it. Oh wait, I can use the
Information gathering module initiated.
Oh wait, okay, I have to actually be connected to that network. So 98713. How the hell am I supposed to find that thing? Yeah, okay. And we ran out of time, so okay, cool. So by the way, Anishel, if you don't I don't mean to I don't mean to make too much out of your position of authority here, but while I'm logging out, would you mind sharing with us what your involvement with Night Team 4 is, or is it something you'd rather keep to yourself? Both are totally fine. While I'm at this, by the way, so quick word on some of this, because this might be of interest to folks. I was talking with Johnny Big Time about this service that we both subscribe to, and how we really don't like their attitude towards, like, they kind of position themselves as like, we do free keys, and I'm like, well, it's not free keys. Like, you're supposed to stream the stuff that is shown, like, you know, and then because the way they sort of present it is just a thing that kind of gets thrown out there, they don't do a very good job of explaining why it's a good fit. And this thing kind of came out of nowhere. I've been looking for a good hacking game, and the thing I'm really ashamed to admit is that the Black Watchman had come by my radar when I first saw it. I was like, oh, that looks kind of interesting. It reminded me of what I'd heard of this thing called Majestic, and apparently it was an alternate reality game, but I never played it. The thing was like closed by the time that I'd ever heard of it. I was like, oh, I should really check that out, and apparently I never followed up on it. So I found out, one, that it was tied to the Black Watchman, so it's kind of that factor of, oh, okay, this is like this is an opportunity to catch up on something that I'd missed. And then I found out that it's a Canadian developer, so that immediately puts it like right to the top of my list of things that I'm really interested in. And like I said, I've been looking for a hacking game that puts you a little bit closer to the fantasy of actually doing something resembling like what might be in the real world. And then when I find out that there's all of these real world links to things like Kali Linux and all of that, I was utterly fascinated. So But the answer here, you and Matahari, your wife, are the owner of Allison Smith and, well, creator of NT4. Oh my God! Okay, so you are very... we're among one of the biblical people. This is fascinating. So as a fellow Canadian, thank you for representing us so well on the world stage. I think I just talked about all of the things that interested me so much about this game. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I love about games, so like I've really not touched on any of the real world mission stuff yet. That appeals to me very much so. And I'm sorry, I really do need to get back to playing the game. It's just I rarely get a chance to tell people how influential this stuff has been for me. I really like thinking back about Civilization and how I learned a lot about history, because like Civilization was one of the first games that I ever played, and there's only so many times that you can do that without, becoming interested in finding out what a hoplite is or what Stonehenge was and why that's important. So the fact that the tutorials included all of these links was... the fact that those were included inside of it was really, really interesting, because it just takes me back to that thing that really, I don't know, like it's one of my earliest gaming memories that I remember. And because I've been looking for something like this, and I've been so interested in this subject and this type of game, I don't know, it came at the right time. So if I pass by Montreal, that would be wonderful. I actually have an aunt in Montreal, and I know there's like a conference coming up. So now I'm also a little curious, did I get this uplink skin? Because when I started the stream, I was talking a bit about uplink. Is this because I own the game that came in here? Or is this just because it says skin is granted to agents who've experienced hacking from another time? So I remember playing that. Who solved the darkest mystery? Okay, well, I didn't solve the darkest mystery, but looks like I've got a fancy look here. I love the glitching effect. What are some of the other ones? I remember this from The Secret World. I think The Secret World's a wonderful game. The Quantum Package. I guess this is from the Kickstarter. I missed the Kickstarter, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have been a backer. Ooh, there's so many options here. Unique skins granted to watch broadcasts. Well, I haven't watched a broadcast, but actually, is Johnny Big Time still in the chat? These I need to. If nothing else, if you own Uplink in your Steam library, you'll get the same for the Secret World and up. Okay, cool. So I really like the Secret World. So one of the things I really liked about this one. Is that I really liked the fact that the Secret World had real life components to it. Now, obviously, I suspect you probably lean a little bit more heavily into that, but Johnny Big Time really likes red and black. Oh, you know what? I got to do the Halloween theme though, because the glitch is so interesting. Anyways, I got to get back to the game. But yeah, this is very cool. Thank you very much for. I'm sorry to spend so much time talking about. The developers of the game rather than the game itself, but it's really a fantastic. Okay, I want to get back to the story mode. We're on Dark Sentinel. We're on number 3. So for those of you who are just tuning in, apologies for that digression, but. We've been, so again, when I'm trying to explain the game to people, so the thing that appealed to me first of all, the thing that was okay, why play this over anything else, was the hacking simulation. The reason why I'm continuing to play, other than the fact that this really lines up with things that I find interesting, like being able to find connections with the real world, and I'll try before the end of the stream to do one of the real life missions, although I think that'll be just another really embarrassing experience of showing my level of ignorance. But it's the fact that, again, like it sells me a lot on the idea that I'm doing something real as opposed to like System Shock and it being a very cool hacking system, but one that's very abstracted away. But the fact that there's sort of this interesting story going on in the background, even the tutorial missions have these things like you need to find the journalist and here's the way that you're tracking them. It does a nice little job of teaching me things about the world while also keeping me involved. So what we've got right now is we've had this mission where we needed to put a drone strike to destroy a valuable piece of technology that we had in Germany, or rather was taken from us in Germany. And we're sort of dealing with the fallout from that. That was Operation Castle Ivy. And we're sort of pursuing the leads that we've got. I believe it's some kind of a botnet that we're pursuing. And I'm assuming that this is going to be sort of the other shoe dropping as we get in closer to our target. So yeah, no worries at all. Anishel, so one thing, I don't know how long you've been watching. The one thing I am very good for on streaming is me digressing. So this would have happened regardless of whether or not. But one of the most rewarding things that has happened to me in streaming is being able to have developers stop by or say that they've watched the stream. One, because I like when people say, hey, I want to pick up the game as a result of this. But this also happened with Cultist Simulator, and Cultist Simulator wound up being a really great moment for the stream. So I have a great love of Canadian developed games, especially when they're as good as this. I'm over the moon for these skins. I'm sorry I spent so little time looking at all these cool skins that I got, but I'll maybe do like a follow-up at the end of the stream in terms of showing all the goodies that we got. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the key in the first place, or whoever was responsible for putting those through Keymailer. I'm not allowed to badmouth Keymailer anymore because this did connect me to a really interesting game. And if I mean, obviously feel free to hang out a little bit longer, but if you want to get on with your evening, I did want to take a minute and say thank you for all of that, because this is an absolutely great game. I've been trying not to play it during the week, knowing that I was going to come back to this. So, oh, that's awesome, Punky McMonkey. Well, I think I'm told that the Black Watchman has some Lovecraftian elements, so apparently there's a little more overlap on this than I first thought. But again, I have not yet played the Black Watchman, but I'm definitely going to be checking it out as a result of Night Team 4. But yeah, I have a feeling this might be something that you find interesting, Punky. So this is going to be a little bit of a harder mission. It said that it's average difficulty compared to oh no, apparently they're all average difficulty. But yeah, this will probably be a little more representative of what your experience will be like if you pick this up.
We updated your local host with the latest intel. Don't forget, use your file browser module and connect with the Path localhost.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, Talmanalai. So this is called Night Team 4. I definitely am very enthusiastic about it. There is indications of supernatural activity in this game. However, it takes place in the same universe as a game called The Black Watchman. That one you'll probably want to check out. It's an alternate reality game, I think, is the way it gets pitched. And it takes place in a similar world to this one, or the same world as this one, because it's got TBW archive. I don't know anything about that game, but in its description, it does say that it has Lovecraftian elements. So it's that, again, like I said, with the Cultist Simulator connection, I know there's quite a few Lovecraft fans. And so I have a feeling that it'll be, there are probably some connections in this which I've not touched yet, which might make it even more appealing. So this specific game is Night Team 4. I give it a big thumbs up, but the one that might be even more interesting to you is the Black Watchman. Or, of course, you can just get the whole collection. All right, let me hear that again.
We updated your local host with the latest intel. Don't forget, use your file browser module and connect with the Path localhost.
Okay. I do actually like, so I really like the tutorial in this game, but I also really like the fact that they give you little reminders. It does a good job of sort of reinforcing, but also I like that I've learned like new technologies. I've kind of been unlocking those over time. They'll be explaining additional bits. Okay. Oh, maybe I'm wrong on this. Okay. Top secret, Dark Sentinel. Was that the name of this mission? I must be... Okay. Jorge Hirsch daily commute activities. November 25th to December 1st. Their house, Ulmer Street 101. So we already know the hookshot games. Okay. So the ones that I want to pay particular attention to, because I will be using this on the Wi-Fi. So Monday, 8 a.m. Oops. So for the purpose of the Wi-Fi, I want to know when they're showing up so that I can hook into their phone. Subject activities confirmed, confined to Bernstadt on Wednesday. Okay. Stay 7 a.m. I know I can hit the add to case file, but it seems just as easy for me to put these notes down. Friday they get in a little bit later. Actually, I should probably be covering the times that they get home too, so... It's a little less likely... You know, the funny thing is I usually do use the 24-hour clock for everything, but for this one, apparently I want to translate the... I don't know. I'm just a dummy. So obviously this guy doesn't exist. Like, it's not a... They don't have, like, a teleporter. Oh, departure. Okay, yeah, I don't need to do that. So I'm just not reading this file correctly. I just wanted to get an idea in terms of when they would be out of the Wi-Fi range for the... Okay, so they left the office at 5:15 p.m. Tuesday, they left at 5:15. Thursday, they left at 4:15. Friday, 6:15, because they came in later. Saturday, they work until 4:15. Okay. I think that's all that we need. By the way, guys, I'm a sucker for glitching effects. I think they always look cool as hell in everything. If this is distracting you, please let me know. I will happily switch to something that's a little more user-friendly. But I am obviously very grateful for the fancy new skins, so I wanted to show one of them off. Okay, so infiltrate the HR database of the Hookshot shop. So
Information gathering.
I know I don't need to do this, but I am just going to take a second here. Actually, it's less obvious to me. It could be that... Sorry, I actually need to finish the sentence that I'm saying. So what I'm doing here, when it says HR database, it may not actually necessarily be that it's hr.hookshotgames. So
Information gathering module initiated.
We'll just fingerprint everything like before. The worst that I do is I get to show off the early steps. So Punky McMonkey, I'll try and do my best to explain what's going on. So I'm using the information that I've been given already. The game's telling me I need to infiltrate the HR database. So right now I know it needs to be Hookshot Games. I'm going to try and find a way to get inside Hookshot Games. And one of the first things that I'm doing is, after looking at the domains that they have, I'm going to try and see if any of these kind of properties that they have has any vulnerabilities. That's the easiest way for me to gain access. I think it was services the last time. It might have been shop, or I might have needed to do social engineering, but okay, shop. So it's the exact same ones as last time. The fact that there's 2 here makes me think that this is the one that has the vulnerability. Yep, so CRM4. So the next thing now is, okay, so we found an exploit. By the way, it does bear repeating, there is a very good tutorial for the game. So you start with the basic terminal operations and sort of move your way up to digital forensics, and then finally network intrusion. We're going to be doing all of these things to achieve our goal. So for this one, we want to find out how can we use this exploit in order to be able to compromise the system. So search exploit. By the way, just because people are asking what game this is, I should have been a little more prepared and do Night Team 4. So this is the website for the game. If you are a Steam user, there is the game itself. If you'd like the entire Allison Smith bundles, there they are. That's a list of all of the games. So the Black Watchman's there. The Black Watchman is $11.49 Canadian. There are also some other seasons, and for those of you who prefer using Humble, I don't have any affiliate link with them, but Team 4, there's the Humble link, and the Black. I don't think they have a unfortunately, I don't think they have a bundle on Humble Bundle, somewhat ironically. Anyways, all of those links are your store of choice. If you can buy it elsewhere, I'm sure the website will say so. But hello, Pax Cecilia. How you doing? But yeah, if you are interested in this game and want to pick it up, they did mention that there would be apparently a Steam sales coming up. So I believe it'll be 25% off there. If the 25% isn't the end of the world to you, you can pick it up now. All right, this module exploits a stack buffer overflow in CRM's RPCSS service, or the RPC listener, via DCOM. Custom crafted SOAP requests can execute code via UDP. This vulnerability was originally found by the last stage of Delirium Research Group and has been widely exploited ever since. This module can exploit the English versions of Windows NT 4.0 Service Pack 3-6A, Windows 2000, Windows XP, Windows 2003, all in one SOAP request. The newer version of Microsoft products may not be protected against it. Preferred delivery method UDP, and exploit to use custom SOAP request. So just got back from playing board games with your brothers, tried out Betrayal at Baldur's Gate, a D&D themed Betrayal. Oh, that sounds really interesting, Pax. I forgot to mention, I got my copy of the Crusader Kings board game in the mail today, and I believe the GMT's sort of their version of Mark Herman's The Peloponnesian War should be arriving within the next couple of days. So we learned this from the tutorial, but essentially now that we've found out about this exploit, we now need to implement it in Fox Acid. And to my understanding, Fox Acid is a real tool that is used in these kinds of things. So we want a SOAP request. And again, I'm not 100% sure on what Assassin does, but we've always used after midnight until the game tells us to do otherwise. So we'll apply after midnight. We'll put it at the shop, Hookshot Games. The game already populates the information that we found from our fingerprint, and we hit them.
Fox acid attack successful.
Okay.
Connection completed.
So now we can connect to these guys. And there's a few things that I might want to do. So one thing that I'd like to do, I don't need to worry about the exploit database anymore. But first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my SFuzzer on Hookshot Games. I'm going to run it for, I might as well do it for 60 seconds because I might kind of go down a rabbit hole in another way. But what I'm going to do here, because I'm within the, I'm already within hookshotgames.com, I'm on one of their servers. I'm going to be looking for internal sites that might be giving me some other information. Now inside here, so the WMI scanner version 2.0, this module is a recon and mapping tool designed to help you discover a target's internal service and application exposed via the WMI technology. This tool is used to map out an internal network and will only work if you are already connected to a VPN. So NetScan will run a 5-second scan of the target's entities hosted within their internal network and index the exposed app database and shares found in the registries. So here, basically, we're seeing what we're working with. Again, our objective here is to find the HR database. Just Googled Crusader Kings board game and thought, wow, this looks a ton like FIFA France 1429. Then you realize that's what the image came back. Okay. This seems to be the thing that we want to go. Okay, so there's no internal domains I need to be accessing. Now, the one thing that's not quite clear to me, I think dig just tells me about... Yeah, so it just tells me about the technologies. I think to access it...
Information gathering module.
I'm not sure if I can get away with this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is the thing that I've never quite been able to make sense of is the Active Directory thing. I mean, for completeness, I might as well try these other ones, but I feel like there's information. I probably should be trying like a file browser at this point. Where was I?
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay. I don't really feel all that confident in what I'm about to try, but yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to eliminate these possibilities. This is partly just a brute force attempt to see if the game is going to tell me something extra that I need to know. Resources. Yeah, curiously, printers are not going to be a major factor. All right, we've looked at all of this. So I think the next thing I'm going to try here is actually going after this guy. So here we're going to do an arrow dump. It just games Das Reef. Okay, let's try the games employees first. So what we're doing here is we're taking one of these Wi-Fi, kind of the things that are hitting the Wi-Fi here. Now, specifically what I'm trying to do here, this is why I wrote down these times. We've got an individual who we're interested in. You know what? I'm going to have to go somewhere else to look into that, so I won't do it right now. But I know their schedule. So I know that they came in at... All right, thanks, Cool Cold. I'm sorry I probably didn't do more of the game than you were expecting, but I have a feeling I'll be doing a little bit more on this. I don't know if I can make this a regular game on the stream, but I'm definitely going to try and do more of it if I can. And Punky McMonkey, thank you very much for that subscription. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying things. I know no Cultist Simulator this week because of Dirty Rectangles, but I'm having a good time with this one. So if you notice here, right, when we're taking a look at the schedule, we see that somebody with a Samsung phone and this MAC address arrived at 8 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday. They arrived early on Thursday. They arrived, they arrived later on Friday, and they arrived in the afternoon on Saturday. So in these particular cases here, this is the perfect match for this particular employee. So we'll click on that here.
Intrusion module initiated.
Okay. So again, what we're looking for is the HR database for the Hookshot shop. So let's take a look at a note. So default cache pass. I can't find a way to change the default password for our Mcache ERP server. You'd think something called simple ERP would be more intuitive, but I can't find the option anywhere. I guess we'll keep the default one, but anyone that uses the same ERP will be able to log in if they know the IP address. That's not secure at all. Need to fix that soon. Okay, so I need to think, we need to figure out where that... Talk to Matthias. I should talk to Matthias to see if I can score a key for the new Rise of Gothic sequel. So this might be something that we need for passwords. KB, note to self, get a KB for the others. Getting kind of tired of telling them to turn it off and on again. Should just set up a blank website with those instructions in 70 impact font and they'll get it. And DNS reminder. Reminder set up DNS for our Mcache server, so I don't have to type in an IP every time I want to access it. Okay, so if we can find some kind of a record of their like logs or connections. Hey, HR wants to know how to access their new ID card database. I need access to. Okay, so it's on a default server at 10.212.102.180. And Hookshot Games, HR, ID cards. I need to set up a DNS on our side for it, but I haven't had time yet. Remember, the default username is mcachadmin. They're just giving it all away. Cache for you. Don't tell anyone outside of it. I won't. By the way, I can't find the card I'm looking for. You're probably in the temp files. The system clears anything that in that folder that's older than 45 days. Pretty sure it was purged a couple of weeks ago already. You can get the permanent IDs from the main folder. Okay, I guess. Thanks. Okay. So if I need to do a set attack, this will be helpful because it'll give me an opportunity to sort of like have names, which people are going to be more likely to open. Okay, so encrypted phone numbers, those aren't too helpful for me. I don't think there's really anything else for me to... I don't think there's anything else for me to look at here, to be completely honest. So, of course, I can stay connected to it for now. I don't really need to worry too much about it. But let's focus on what we actually need, which is the HR server. So 10.212.102.180. We already know what the password is, so fortunately I spelled it, or sorry, I remembered.
Not all paths can be found with your WMI scanner or S-fuzzer. Good job finding this one. Wonder what's in this HR share drive.
Yeah, like I said, it got me originally because I wanted sort of a hacking simulator, but there's very clearly so much more to it, which has kept me into it. So, sorry, let me read.
Not all paths can be found with your WMI scanner or S-fuzzer. Good job finding this one. Wonder what's in this HR share drive.
So, person we're most interested in is. Oh, wait, cross-reference the cab reports to track down the identity of our target. Ah. All right. Well, while I'm here, I'm just going to take a quick... So Carl Hoffman, because of that noise, is going to be the first thing I look at.
Key score forensics initiated.
Okay, so cab transports. Oh, confirm that our target was involved with at least one other company. I feel like I'm missing something here. Well, I mean, it is still an earlier mission, right? So I don't think this is too. I don't think that's. I mean, obviously, I've tripped over myself on. The thing I feel like such a moron about is I've genuinely forgotten the name of the guy who I'm looking for. Let's try that again. Okay, Mr. Hirsch. And then the one that triggered a sort of an alert was Carl Hoffman. So confirm that our target was involved with at least one other company.
X key score forensics initiated.
Oh, hang on. I think I know where I'm supposed to go with this. So we will take one of the other companies that was compromised. Huh. Oh, apparently I could do both of them, which means I've probably already done it, but... The thing that's weirding me out a little bit is when it's talking about the cab records. Just gonna write down these names for the sake of simplicity, because I feel like there's something I mean, I feel like there's something very obvious that I'm missing. So this character is not actually all that interesting to me on their own. Like, Carl Hoffman is the one who I'm most interested in. And the problem here is I just need to find the way of making the connection. So yeah, I don't have any connections with them. It's debatable that I actually need any info here. What would have been really helpful is if I could access like the timesheets, because then I would be able to figure out when Hoffman was coming in and out of the office. Although I suppose I would get some kind of an idea in terms of... Yeah, no, I don't think I can rely on saying that I'd be able to guess when they were coming in and out of the office. Okay, so confirm that they were
Key score forensics.
So
Initiated.
let's actually throw let's throw Hookshot out. If I want to find out about them being involved with companies, surely it must be something about the tax. I just find it a little odd that I'm not able to include Carl Hoffman inside of the... Okay, well, I think this is just going to wind up giving me the same information that I found last time, but let's just eliminate it as a possibility. Yeah.
Information gathering module initiated.
Just trying to think how I can get into the
information gathering module
timesheets.
initiated.
Huh.
Information gathering module initiated.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's
Network intrusion module.
there was some details about so older than 45 days, so again, I don't know if that'll be relevant to the investigation, but yeah, I think I'm just reaching here, so all right, I think we've wrung that out as far as we can get. So the dilemma here is that this just shows me the last week. So this, like, the number of individuals in here is... Wait, this isn't the same pattern. Oh wait, yes it is. So yeah, like if I'm just gonna hammer away at this, somebody's coming. Well, hang on. Okay. Somebody's coming in and out quite a bit. That's still a reach, though.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Yeah. Yeah, just trying to get into a random phone probably isn't the right idea. So let's see if we can find anything on here. Okay then. I have more information, but nothing that'll really like take me closer for where I need to be.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Yeah, I can't just try random phones. That's neither in the spirit nor in the Okay. So I don't think there's anything new for me to be looking for here, but let's just eliminate possibilities, because this is, I mean, this is the thing with the Section 9 one, or Sector 9, or whatever it was called. Like, it was the last few moments of that mission. Is the last moments of those ones that actually they were the ones that gave us the most. So, so I joined on August 27th. The problem is I don't think it tells me the current date. So that's a little harder for me to justify featured skins. No. I'm going to stick with this one for now until somebody objects. Okay, so he's an IT consultant. Joined on the 27th. ID number 2002, but none of that on its own is really enough for me to... Incidentally, the fact that I'm just looking at Carl Hoffman might be the problem, right? Like, all I know is that these goals, so infiltrate the HR database of Hookshot Shop, cross-reference the cab reports to track down the identity of our target. Ah, okay. Confirm that the target was involved with at least one other company. Research any intel on the individual that might help us. Okay, so this is where I screwed up. It's the... Let's go back to X keys. Go, no, my God, no. I'm not ready for this. Okay, let's go back to the base. So who are the people that I'm interested in again? We've got Sophie, Michelle, Martin, and Jan.
X key score forensics initiated. X key score forensics initiated.
I guess I don't know what any of these people look like. That would probably be more helpful for me to see what they... Well, that's a straightforward thing for me to look at. I don't think I can just do... I think I actually need to cross-reference this against a database. Yeah. So... Well, we already tried the... Oh yeah, I think we've actually tried everything on these. But I guess we did try traveling chatter, so... I don't think the animal registry would ever have photos of these people, but... We already tried the cabs. Okay, so instead, let's figure out. So I don't remember who. I remember who took that cab. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the X key score.
X key score forensics initiated.
Oh, it's no IDs and records should give me what I need. Really? That receipt came from somewhere. I'm starting to think it's lying to me. Ah, okay. I didn't want that
X
to
key
happen.
score forensics initiated.
Okay, so this is one that's interesting to me because of the tax receipt. Now, what I'm gonna try and do, I'm gonna remove the cross-reference chat. Okay, apparently I can't do that. I just want to double check where I got that info from. So it says traveling chatter. That's unusual. Okay, so unless I can find a way to find out what they look like, or no, this is what I need to do.
Hive mind network. X key score forensics.
When did they visit?
initiated.
August 27th at 9:30. So again, I don't know when August 27th is, but maybe there's something. All right, there's nothing really clearly at 9:30. If there's like a single, I was thinking like if there's like a single ping that comes in for 9:30. I mean, maybe I'd say like there's a 10. But yeah, like none of these really
Network
seem.
Intrusion module initiated. Network intrusion module initiated.
It wasn't convincing anyway. Okay.
Not all paths can be found with your WMI scanner or S-fuzzer. Good job finding this one. Wonder what's in this HR share drive.
X key score forensics initiated.
So the trick now is I'm slightly curious to see whether or not I can get this receipt from... No. The thing I'm ashamed to admit is I'm not clear if I'm trying to find Hoffman, George Hirsch, or someone entirely different.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Out of
Information
curiosity,
gathering module initiated.
I wonder if there's something I can find using this IP. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to reduce that to. I thought that you could just use an IP on this, but I might be getting this wrong. Okay, so let's just double check
Thanks
this
to your
briefing.
quick work, we have a much stronger understanding of this complex network. The forensics team mapped out key assets from the intel you've gathered so far, and we've identified at least 4 compromised ERPs, all connected by someone in the last couple of months. At this stage, the identity of this individual is still unclear. They could be Dr. Ripper or an associate. We still don't know the direct link between them, the compromised ERPs, and the botnet. Agent Patricia Conway from our network intrusion team dug a little further to help you out. She tracked down the network administrator from Hookshot Games and had an Onagru trace his activities for the last week. Your mission objectives are: infiltrate Hookshot Games and gain access to their HR database. Track down the mystery individual and find their role at Hookshot Games. Confirm their involvement with at least one other compromised company. Continue your search until hard evidence of our target's identity and role is found.
Okay. So let's take a slightly different approach to this. Let's cast the net a bit wider. So temporary IDs. We'll get a list of... All right. So let's say that these are the people of interest for now. Carl Hoffman, Christian Eisenhower, Lena Meyer, and Ralph Dahlberg. We don't have any idea of their comings and goings. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to checking out the other companies. We're going to try and hook into their own HR functions. This will be a little harder for me to do, I think, because I don't have the same kinds of leads as the admin on the other company. But it seems to me to be my better lead. So, actually, you know what? I bet I still have access to...
Initiated. Connection completed. Information gathering module initiated.
So here I'm basically just trying to see if I can find any of the HR records of the
Information gathering module initiated.
Yeah, this is the one that's hard for me to...
Information gathering module initiated. Information gathering module initiated.
Oh, here's an interesting question. If I do localhost... Oh, this is not the one I'm looking for. I feel like localhost is just going to take me to... the thing I'm not clear about is, does it consider the local host for the terminal that I'm on right now? Or does it consider like the one that I'm connected to? In this case, it's almost certainly... Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to need to find a password to admin at Novelty Publishing if I think there's something there.
X key score forensics initiated.
Just want to take a minute here and see if ER means something different than what I think it does. I'm assuming it means emergency room, which doesn't really help me. I'm back to just guessing at this point. This is a problem. I think the big question for me is... Hang on, I don't think Novelty Publishing is even in the list of...
X key score forensics initiated.
Oh no, yeah, they are. So yeah, the dilemma here is trying to figure out whether or not I can actually go in and check out any of this stuff. Or if I'm just sort of chasing my tail.
Information gathering module initiated.
So I'm just seeing if there's any like some hidden domains or anything along those lines. Schedules really feels like it should be the sort of thing I should get some more information from. Yeah, we were already in admin, so that's not news. Oh. I always keep ignoring this one. Although I think this is just gonna share the same information that I needed. Yeah, this is what we found last time, so that's not as interesting.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Okay. Let's just try null byte and see if we can get something a little more meaningful. See, again, similar idea, like the Active Directory, if I understood it a little bit better.
Module initiated.
I'm going to assume that this is just going to wind up
Network intrusion module
doing the same.
initiated.
Yeah. Okay. You wish your work had training like the Academy in this game? Where do you work? Okay. So I gotta sit back and smell the roses for a little bit. So I've opened up my possibilities, saying is like, okay, so we say there's the 4 new hires from this place. We followed
Network intrusion module initiated.
we follow them to the ID cards. So like the question is, actually, let me just make sure that, so Carl, Christian, Lena, Ralph. Yeah, so I feel like the information that we've got off of this is, this is to get us into the HR database. One of the things I'm just trying to do is to clear out the fact that one of the mission indicators moved when we opened up a particular folder. So this is Nullbyte. How did we get into Nullbyte, though? Anyways, I don't know how we did it, but somehow we found that Carl Hoffman was indeed the individual we were looking for. God, that weirds me out a little bit that happened. Oh, I know what happened. We connected to it from the default on the Nullbyte server. That's what I was missing. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't even think of that as a possibility. Okay, so research any intel on the individual that may be helpful for us. So, do we have this individual in X key score now is the question. We apparently do not. Which, fair enough. So let's
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
knowing what I know now, of course, I'm just going to try the same default details. Yeah, well, that's not surprising. What I should have been doing was maybe checking out any other information. I don't really think there's going to be anything else that I take out of this, but...
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Was Insuradet was the last one.
Connection completed.
Okay, so this is interesting. Apparently, this guy doesn't have an ID. Oops, I did not intend to do that. Is there a way I can get rid of him? Get out of there. Okay. So I don't actually have any evidence of this guy being an Insuradet. Of course, I do want to make sure... Wrong one.
Key score forensics initiated.
What am I looking for here? I feel like this won't accomplish what I want, but... Alright, so obviously Carl Hoffman's who we're looking for. And we're at the last stage in which I need to find any intel on this guy. So I'm in Insuradet right now, so let's just take a minute here and see if there's any other details we can find.
Module initiated. Information gathering module initiated.
No Wi-Fi. Okay.
X key score forensics initiated.
Let's just go back over the slides again to make
Thanks
sure
to
that
your
I'm...
quick work, we have a much stronger understanding of this complex network. The forensics team mapped out key assets from the intel you've gathered so far, and we've identified at least 4 compromised ERPs. all
So we've got
connected
at
by
least...
someone in the last couple of months. At this stage, the identity of this individual is still unclear. They could be Dr. Ripper or an associate. We still don't know the direct link between them, the compromised ERPs, and the botnet. Agent Patricia Conway from our network intrusion team dug a little further to help you out. She tracked down the network administrator from Hookshot Games and had an Onagru trace his activities for the last week. Your mission objectives are: infiltrate Hookshot Games and gain access to their HR database. Track down the mystery individual and find their role at Hookshot Games. Confirm their involvement with at least one other compromised company. Continue your search until hard evidence of our target's identity and role is found.
Okay, so I suppose... So I'm looking for information on Carl Hoffman, and in particular, it's the possibility that
C2 registry initiated.
I guess it's the fact that they may not be who we actually think they are, is maybe where we're going with this.
Connection completed.
I'm just gonna go back over what we already know. So. Just trying to put down whatever other notes that I can find about this. So that's what I've got for now.
Turbine C2 registry. Initiate connection completed.
This is the one that interests me, so we obviously don't have any access to anything but HR. So under temporary, we don't see any IDs involving the person of interest. They all have emails. Oop. I was thinking like I could look at one of these badges and find out that they're you know, find out that one of them was kind of under an assumed name or something like that. But this is the weird one, is that I can connect them to all of the compromised servers except for Insuradebt. And I feel like that's kind of the indicator that there's something going on here.
Information gathering
let's skip
initiated.
that for now.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
So, Novelty Publishing and Nullbyte
Connection
were the other two.
completed.
Okay, so so they started Novelty in September 24th, 2018. Also, I should be checking out that's the connection I need. I don't know what I just saved. I think it's this one.
Network disconnected.
Yeah. I don't need that. I was probably on one of the other IDs and I wasn't looking careful enough. So this gives me a DNS to work for. I'm back on track. So let's start with an OSINT scan, and that's Carl Hoffman IT.de. Okay, so we've only got a www for now. Let's see if we can find something a little more exciting. Presumably this hardcore hacker is not going to have any exploitable technology, right? Yes, it would have been too easy. So let's see if we find anything else interesting in here. No. Okay. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure this is not going to work, but let's see what we can find in here. Ah. One email. Okay. Yeah, something's going to tell me that this is not going to be effective. I'm just mildly curious. Interesting. I just kind of like seeing what happens with the estimated efficiency here. Yeah, that didn't work. God, what am I gonna do? Okay, IT support's probably... I don't really have a lot of hope for this, but let's see if this works. Unbelievable.
Turbine C2 registry.
All right.
Connection completed.
So let's find out what we can get.
Information gathering module initiated. Information gathering module initiated.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's not a lot for me to do here. No Wi-Fi. Okay. It's probably going to be a really short trip then.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right then. So I managed to get onto his computer, but not actually find anything useful. Ah, nope, that's not true, because I can do another S-fuzzer on internals. So, I probably shouldn't have waited a full minute for that, but. Something tells me none of this is going to work. I'm not 100% sure on how this LLMNR poisoning works. But it gives me something to do while I'm waiting for the minute. Okay. Oh no! Well. Okay. What am I missing that will allow me to... So it's funny, like, I have apparently managed to get onto the computer of the guy who we think has planted this malware, and yet I'm apparently completely ineffective at making any hay out of this. Okay, so there's no internal domains that I need to be looking for. Against...
Hive Mind
I
Network.
keep doing this
XP
wrong.
Score forensics initiated.
Okay, so... Oh, wait a minute. Let's just try the same trick again. What does his my cache say? He doesn't have one. Okay.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Let's go back because I was ignoring his... I wasn't looking at his IDs properly. So let's just head back. Let's take a look at these IDs and see if there's any other links that I missed out on. And sorry, I definitely didn't get enough sleep last night, so I sort of feel like I think this is the one that we found before. But when I'm working out timelines, September 10th, 2018. So I'm definitely fading a little bit, and I'm probably not where I need to be with these tasks. But I hope it's not too dull for everyone else.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Okay, so null byte.
Connection completed.
Novelty, I think, is where we first noticed this, but let me just double check that we're not missing anything obvious. So
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
and I'm assuming it's just going to give me the same information as before, but we'll at least eliminate this as the possibility. Okay, so this one actually didn't have his information on it. He's just listed as an IT consultant. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I can pull. So, I mean, again,
Information gathering module
we know
initiated.
we can get phone information off of this thing, but there's nothing about the fact that he started working at Hookshot on August 27th. So it looks like we basically get a week of information out of this thing. And so, you know, if he begins working August 27th, and we know he has an ID card created on September 24th, that doesn't tell us anything. So I am going to go back
Turbine
to
C2 registry
um,
initiated.
the insurance place. Insure a debt.
Connection completed.
What I'm interested in here is if there's something in that those other IDs, like if one of them have a Carl Hoffman IT link or something like that. I do think it's really weird that there's nothing inside this temporary directory. It makes me feel like there's... Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing about Insuradebt's IDs that make me feel weird.
Network
I'm assuming this is
intrusion
just going to give me what I needed to
initiated.
know about the...
Information gathering module initiated.
I'm bad at this.
Information gathering module initiated. Information gathering module initiated.
So I don't think this search exploit thing's going to do anything for me here. I'm mildly curious though, seeing as we did do that other... Yeah, no vulnerabilities, so nothing too exciting there. For lack of any better options, I'm going to do an OS init scan on Carl Hoffman. So this is going to take a really long one, and I'm also going to do a big S fuzzer.
Initiated.
We'll do a minute and a half on this one. This is just going to be while I run around and try other options. So there's no exploits for me to use right now.
Information gathering module initiated.
So let me just double check that I know what I'm doing with WMI. This module is a recon and mapping tool designed to help you discover a target's internal service and application exposed via WMI technology. This tool is used to map out internal networks and will only work if you are already connected to a VPN. So NetScan will run a 5-second scan of the target's entities hosted within their internal network and index the exposed app database and shares found in the registries. Example, NetScan will run a scan within the internal network that you're currently accessing. Dig will query the port and technologies used to host the app or the database on the target path. Example, Dig SRV admin employee registry will query all ports and technologies hosted by the CRM app on the targeted server. Run the help commands to display detailed information on each of these commands and their parameters. So help netscan, run a scan on the internal network, help dig, same deal. Yeah, so www.carlhoffman.it.de is my last real hope here. I'll do an sfuzzer on internals again, but I don't have much hope on it, to be completely honest. Found the same idea, carlhoffman.it.de. So I dig ERP. That's got simple ERP.
Information gathering module.
So, I mean,
initiated.
at this point, this is just purely a fishing expedition, but seeing as I don't understand the Active Directory so well, the only other possibility I can think about would be to try a password. Oop. Yeah, nothing there. Yes, there's no file system there. If I do... Yeah. I was thinking maybe I can try something like a password attack, but I don't think there's anything for me.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Did I look at this before? So apparently this guy is also hit by the... I'm gonna say I'm a bit stumped.
Information gathering module initiated.
What I think I am going to do, though, is I'm going to do a quick search for Active Directory on this thing to see if I can figure out what's going on. So, Night Team for Active Directory. What is the functional difference between the Active Directory and file browser tools? So we've got Anna Shell. Hello backers. In real, Active Directory is a directory service that Microsoft developed for the Windows domain networks in the game. I never used it for now. I guess there's no mission that uses it. Anna Shell developer writes, so the Active Directory will give you a corporate structure, department and employee, and this can be useful for a man-in-the-middle attack. More importantly, you can gain access to the company password policies and encryption rules. This will give you critical information for token session password attacks. Okay. was trying to see if there's anything else that I can find about the Active Directory. I'm getting a lot of stuff saying is like you use it to access more directories, but I'm just not clear about those times that I should I'm not really clear that when I'm able to use an Active Directory and when I'm not. All right. I'm going to guess I will know when I need to use the Active Directory is the best that I can say on this one. So,
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
oh, this is the Insura debt. Okay.
Connection completed.
Let's get back on track. Okay, so I'm going to look on internals there, because again, I'm back on fishing expeditions here, but it would help if I was actually looking in the right spot. So, Carl's PC.
Initiated.
Net scan it. Also, let's see if I can find anything man in the middle wise. No, we already tried that. So
Information gathering module initiated.
the thing I'm trying to think about is how I can possibly turn this. So like Hoffman is interesting to me because this is a username. And I can do a password attack.
Password attack and intrusion module.
But where do I want the, the target to be? So if I do www.carlhoffmanit.de and I do, it's probably going to say that there's, wrong host or username. No. So until I have a target for this password, it's not really helpful to me that I know his username is Hoffman.
Information gathering module initiated.
I mean, I suppose the one other thing I could try would be yeah, so that's just me trying the address. You know, actually, so here's one thing that I can try. The OSINT scan on his own IP. Bing. Again, this will take a while, but I'm back to being on a bit of a fishing expedition, so we'll see.
Network intrusion module.
I don't have a
initiated.
MAC address for him, so that's not helpful.
Information gathering
It doesn't
module
have...
initiated.
Yeah, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Okay, and then I don't think the S-Fuzzer likes IPs. Yeah. Helps fuzzer. This is the funny thing, server IP or root level domain name. So presumably this would be the server IP, but and again, if I try the 10212 approach here, this is only the default option, so there's no connection there. Although, I don't see why this would work, but...
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
Yeah. I'm slowly bleeding users as I do absolutely nothing meaningful in this game. I'm really stumped on this one. You just finished your friend. How did you like your friend Pedro Tall Man Alive? I'm going to take a quick look on Night Team for WMI. A bunch of stuff on... Oh, so it says there's a wiki here somewhere? No, WMI. I'm just not reading correctly. There's really not a lot here. No. I don't want to go to a wiki quite yet because it might... I'm a little worried that it might send me to like walkthroughs, but... Um, yeah, there's like nothing on WMI right now. Gonna try one more quick thing. This game is bananas. It's also sounds really bad. I know what you meant, Tell Man Alive. Sorry guys, I know me sitting in silence is not the most exciting thing. I am gonna try Night Team 4 Wiki just to see if Night Team 4 Wiki. PC Gaming Wiki. I got nothing. I got the website. Okay, here's what we're gonna try instead. Network intrusion. So I'm looking for either the password breaker. Okay, so digital forensics doesn't tell me a whole lot. Since it was introduced in 2000, Active Directory has become the most critical application for the majority of enterprises. The problem is that in almost the 2 decades since it was released, the enterprise security landscape has changed drastically, and businesses have not adapted their Active Directory environment to meet those new security needs. This is a little bit more than I'm willing to work with right now. Yeah, the thing is, I don't actually want to redo any of the training. I just want kind of just the facts, ma'am, in case I'm missing out on a detail. So I'm going to try something absolutely crazy here and see if I can try and... You're kidding me. How did I miss that? Okay, I'm clearly very tired. So apparently I just needed to be logged into the computer. I wonder how many things I've missed doing that. So I'm going to assume that it is simultaneously a directory. Yeah, okay. Carl Hoffman. No idea how old he is. I think we'll just run with this. I'm pretty sure this has just blown this thing wide open.
Password successfully compromised.
Got it. Okay, documents, clients. I'm saving the important files because presumably it's got that.
So this guy, Carl Hoffman, he works for Human Solutions Consulting, which provided consulting services for all 4 companies that got the ERP compromised. I doubt that's a fluke.
For some reason, I did not think that I could choose one of those WMI. So here's what I was trying to do. For some reason, I thought you went to Active Directory from WMI and that you were wasting your time if you go into the file browser using some of those things that you find in the WMI. I don't know where I got that unhelpful idea, but that is why I was wasting so much time like Google searching WMI and Active Directory and it wasn't saying anything. So service contractor agreement, it's standard boilerplate, which I won't bother reading. The independent contractor relationship contemplated in this agreement is to conclude on April 18th, 2019, unless terminated earlier as set forth below. The contractor may contact the company at hsconsulting.de within 30 calendar days of advance notice of termination of this agreement. So where does it say? This must be other information that they're relying on to say that the other four companies were compromised, or that this contracted out for the other companies. Fair enough. Okay. I probably would have finished here, but I really don't want to limp over the finish line like this. Let's see if we can wrap up this mission, because I'm assuming the next one will be the last one. Africa, huh? While I breathe, I hope. The tracking...
Our intel map is now much clearer. Carl Hoffman infiltrated multiple companies as an IT consultant specializing in ERP systems. With full interior access, he had all the time and resources required to fully compromise each company. This is not a one-off job, but a systematic, sophisticated operation. There are still a lot of unanswered questions. Who is behind this network of compromised assets? Is it state-sponsored? A terrorist organization? Organized crime? Most importantly, what exactly do they do with all these compromised companies? If we can answer these questions, hopefully we'll have a better understanding of the whole situation. Now, let me fill in some gaps for you. We've done a comprehensive background check on Human Solutions Consulting, the organization connected to Hoffman. It seems like they provide IT consulting to companies in more than 21 countries around the world. Plus, money transactions link HSC to various countries well known for their money laundering and ties with organized crime, including Tajikistan, Mozambique, Afghanistan, and Laos. We managed to find their recruitment process on back channels. Quite cryptic. It looks like a complex maze of hacking and skill assessments. We assume people who manage to reach the end of the labyrinth are onboarded into their ranks. So, you can probably guess what's coming next, Agent. It's time for you to go undercover. Your mission objectives are: open the Turbine C2 card for 37alpha.onion, a starting point in the dark web. Proceed through the HSC recruitment process. Complete the final stage to infiltrate their organization.
Okay, exciting. Let's see where we go with this.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
There we go.
Connection completed.
Complete the final stage to infiltrate their organization. What's the final stage?
Information gathering module initiated.
Probably should have checked something first. Nothing new there. Okay, so employee directory has an active directory, so that's going to give me something to work with.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right, so fair enough. I am assuming this one I can just do a straight up file browser. Codex, gigas. Oh. Paradise Lost, a poem written in 10 books by John Milton, licensed and entered according to order. London, printed and are able to be sold by Peter Parker under Creed Church near Aldgate, and by Robert Boulter and at the Turk's Head in Bishopsgate Street, and Matthias Walker under St. Dunstan's Church in Fleet Street, 1667. Holy smokes, I hope that's not an input. Jesus Christ. Okay, more Paradise Lost. Oh my god. Oh no. I love Paradise Lost, but I am in absolutely no state. No. Okay, so let's look up some Paradise Lost details.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated. Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
So I don't want to wait 5 minutes for John the Ripper. And I don't have any way of narrowing it down. So let's abandon that. Let's... Okay, so first up, when they refer to book 2, I don't believe Paradise Lost has titled books, but I want to double check that I'm right on that, so... Pandemonium, maybe? Well, you know, the one thing I can do... It's not the elegant solution, but at the very least I'll get the time going by.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated. Target acquired. Awaiting variables.
I feel like Wikipedia is going to be the most helpful on this. So there's obviously something about the fall from heaven, but I'm not, like, on its own, that doesn't give me a password. So the other possibility, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 dots here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Just trying to think about how I might be able to make some sense out of the dots. Let's figure out if there's anything about ISO 646. So yeah, this is just the character encoding standard. That's fair. I'm just figuring out how to interpret the so, I mean, there's a couple ways that I can interpret this. So if I count this, it's like 7 and 1. So if I consult this table, I've got, decimal representation, which would be G. But I could also take it as hex. So 7 and 1 here, which that'd be lowercase q. Or I add it all up and it's 8. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I want to say 8 and 5, this idea is already wrecked because there is no 8 and 5 in the hex representation. I feel like the password breaker it should be done at this point, did it? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me off that easy. The other thing about it too, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, obviously there are little dots all over the place. Paradise Lost, a poem written in 10 books by John Milton, licensed and entered according to
Password
the...
attack unsuccessful.
Yeah, there's no surprises there. It's not going to let me simplify it at all. Okay, well, we'll try not to cheat anyway. So, well, we already tried to cheat and failed. Okay. So, I'm pretty sure this is like Gustave Doré's like illustrations to Paradise Lost. So I don't think I would have needed the cover to get that. I'm just trying to think if there's any other kind of like cipher. Well, okay, let's think about this for a bit. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's assume for a minute that these are letters that somehow correspond to a pattern that exists in this file. So it'd be a Lucifer. Oh God, is it Lucifer? Well, wait, before we do that, okay, so this would be 76. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1 on its own. So why would I think that that's a 6? One, 2, 3, 7, 8. $85 is okay. So 85 is a U, but 71 should be a G. Oh, G-U-C. No. We say 83S. I should actually try and pull to... Okay, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, so it's 7 and 1. So I'm gonna try on this G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 85. Hello, Iggy Jekyll. Yes, I'm going later than I was expecting. I had kind of a bit of a higher peak on this thing than I did before, and then I think the days kind of caught up with me and I'm not thinking very clearly, so I'm playing this game in a very boring way now. I'm just on the second mission in terms of the list, but I almost completely ignored this game because I wasn't aware of it. And I'm having a really good time of it. I might be wrapping up fairly soon, Iggy Jekyll, but I'm having a wonderful time and I'm really looking forward to doing more of it. I feel like my solution on this is totally wrong, but I'm at least going to eliminate it as the possibility. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 and 3. I think the biggest thing is that I don't have a good way of combining Paradise Lost with whatever text is coming out of here. So new NT4 is being released very soon today, which is probably the reason for a surge of people. What do you mean new NT4? Like as in there's a like a new chapter or something like that coming in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 6 and 5. Oh, Gustav. Yeah. Ustav. I'm going to guess. So if this is V, maybe this is D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. I said the name before it was going through. The Goliath update. If you have time to read about the recent G7 stuff, it will involve that. No, I've not read anything about it. I also don't know what the deal with the Goliath is. I've done the Academy. I've done a couple of bounties. I got the section, or I think it's section 9 bounty, and utterly failed to make any progress on it. And so long as it's nothing too like spoilery, like if it's a solution to something along those lines, I'd maybe want to avoid it. But like, feel free to tell us more about that update if it's just like in terms of what kind of content we have to look forward to. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Wait, 9. Oh, I didn't know it was an E at the end. Okay. Fair enough. Oh yeah, no. I was thinking more about the Goliath update. Okay, cool. So I did say Gustav Doré. I just didn't really need the Paradise Lost stuff, I guess. Okay, cool. So level 3. Book 3, type hard. I am not nearly well read enough to... Oh my god! Holy crap, they want me to do some work. Yeah, actually, they were in a little bit earlier. I felt particularly bad at just sort of smushing all of this wonderful hard work that they put into the game and just have it strained through my utter ignorance. But it is. I was talking about this a little bit before. I was really struck by the. So I wanted to try a game that was a little bit closer in terms of like a hacking simulator or something like that. And I certainly got that. So I don't know who George Scoville is. Let's figure that out first. George Scoville. But I think what really caught my attention was when I was going through the Academy and there were these links to real world information. And it was sort of built, like obviously there was clearly a lot of research that had gone into this, and they did a really good job of giving me the fantasy of sort of engaging with this, with this somewhat credible, like this is a little bit closer to what hacking would be like compared to say like System Shock or Shadowrun. Not that there's anything wrong with those hacking systems. It's just a little more Hollywood. And I figure if you're going to sit at a computer and play a hacking thing, maybe something a little bit closer to what you're actually doing on the computer would be interesting. But then I was really struck by sort of the story and some of the ideas behind it. So I've been having a good time of it. Although, again, I'm definitely at a low ebb in terms of being able to do this. So one of the hypotheses I'm running with right now is this division. So we've got a 2-1. So possibly, combining 2 and 1 in this sort of way. Oh, what am I doing? So, to be able to get some kind of a even something like the fact that, you've got these things sort of pointing, so SGAE or something like that. But again, let's take a minute here and find out there's some kind of anchoring in terms of this George Scoville image. So they've done a ton of research and tried to make this as realistic as they could without their super realistic approach, like the 3 hours it could take to get up. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, most of the things that I've seen seem to be, I have like no information whatsoever about like any of the, most of the stuff from this game I've learned, or sorry, most of the ideas behind this game I've learned from playing the game. But certainly it doesn't seem to, like, the abstractions sort of seem to be ones that are very intuitive kinds of abstractions. Like, you're staying true to sort of the feeling of it, I guess, for lack of a better term, rather than actually making you sort of sit down and actually wait through the whole thing. Anyways, I had a Wikipedia entry up, so I'll maybe just caution people ahead of time. I may not get through this whole thing here, because I definitely am not in a proper frame of mind to get this thing through. Anyways, General Sir George Scoville was a member of the quartermaster's staff in the British Army in Iberia during the Peninsular War. Scoville's parents were George Scoville of Cirencester and daughter of John Fielding. He was commissioned as a cornet and adjutant in the 4th Queen's Own Dragoons in 1798. He served as Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General at the 1809 Battle of Corunna. For service in the Peninsular War, he received the Gold Cross with 1 clasp and a Silver War Medal with 8 clasps. Scoville is most remembered for the crucial role that he played in breaking the codes of the French forces during that war, their grand chiffre. A gifted linguist, he was put in charge of the motley... Yeah, God damn it, game. So I will click the grand chiffre, because that is presumably going to be some indicator about how I might, if I have to solve the Great Cipher, I'm gonna lose it. Let's just say that you have about 100 hours in the game and about 100 hours in the Hive Mind editor. You'll always find more to do. Apparently there's going to be a sale coming up. I'm very seriously considering the Hive Mind editor, although obviously I've not done any of the Hive Mind stuff, so there's it's a little hard for me to see whether or not I can jump in with both feet. But I don't know. I mean, I was given a key to do my influencer thing, except that I'm not really doing my influencer thing now. And I feel like that's a decent way that I can give back, is to go a little bit deeper in the game and do some more with it. Okay, a gifted linguist, he was put in charge of a motley crew of various nationalities recruited for their local knowledge and language skills he called the Army Guides. They developed a system for intercepting and deciphering French communiques. In the spring of 1811, the French began using a code on a combination of 150 numbers known as the Army of Portugal Code. Scoville cracked the code within 2 days. At the end of 1811, a new code called the Great Paris Code was sent to all Army officials. It was based on 1,400 numbers and derived from a mid-18th century diplomatic code, the Grand Chiffre, which added meaningless figures at the end of letters. By December in 1812, a letter from Joseph Bonaparte to Napoleon was intercepted. Scoville could decipher enough of it to read Joseph's explicit account of French operations and plans. The information gained proved vital to Wellington's victory over the French at Vittoria in 21st of June, 1813. In 1813, Scoville was given the task of raising, then commanding, the Staff Corps of Cavalry, known as the Staff Dragoons or the Corps of the Gendarmes. This formation of 4 troops equipped as light dragoons, though in red uniforms, was the first formal unit of military police in the British Army. The Staff Dragoons, in addition to their policing role, undertook escort and other staff-related duties, and were also employed as combat cavalry for the occasion. For his service at Waterloo, he was awarded the 4th class of the Order of St. Vladimir. Oh, that's really neat. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if I'm stumbling over, like, the second mission to this game, I have a feeling that, you know, the hardcore audience that knows, like, all of the different I'm definitely still stumbling over myself in terms of how the OS works. So I definitely think that I'll give the hive mind a try after I feel a little more confident in the game. I'm really doing my best not to look at, like, guides and stuff like that for this, because obviously what I need to work out is being able to communicate a thought process when I'm stumped during a stream without just letting all the dead air go through. But all right, Scoville was made Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath on 2nd of January 1815, and a Knight Grand Cross on May 18th, 1860. In later life, Scoville became the Lieutenant Governor and then Governor of the Royal Military College, Sandhurst. Scoville retired from the British Army as a general. He died at Henley Park, Guildford, and was buried in the cemetery of the Royal Military College, Sandhurst. Scoville married the daughter of Samuel Clowes Broughton, Lancashire, in 1805. The memorials to governors in this chapel of the present-day Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. Okay, that's just legacy. Well, no, we might as well finish reading it. Include in memory of General Sir George Scoville, GCB, Colonel of the 4th Light Dragoons, born 21st of March 1774, died 17th of January 1861. He's on the staff of the Duke of Wellington throughout the Peninsular War and at Waterloo, and was governor of this college from 1837 to 1856. Okay. Other details in terms of biography: born in London, March 1774, died in Guildford, January 17th, 1861. Buried at the Royal Military College, Sandhurst, Allegiance, United Kingdom, General. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of other things in here. So, seems to me Le Grand Chiffre is my best bet. The basis of the code cracked by Bazary was a set of 587 numbers that stood for syllables. There were other variations, and Louis XIV's overseas ministers were sent different code sheets that encrypted not only syllables but also letters and words. To counter frequency analysis, some number sets were nulls meant to be ignored by the intended recipient. Others were traps, including a code group that was meant to ignore the previous code group. As a nomenclator cipher, the Great Cipher replaced the names of key generals such as Auguste de Marmont, references to les ennemis, and other sensitive terms with homophonic substitutions. Code sheets included alternate digits to modify the gender or letter case, so the rules of French composition held true to encryptions as well. Since E is the most commonly used letter in French, the cipher typically allocated the most code numbers to writing this vowel. In one nomenclature, 131 out of 711 code numbers stood for E. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not at the right. I may not finish it tonight just because I have a feeling that while I love doing this sort of stuff, I'm already 2 hours over when I normally would have done this. But let's at least work with what we got. So again, the challenge here is the last one seemed to really did seem to lend itself towards, like, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this is supposed to correspond to a letter, it's a 9-letter word. So yeah, I can't take the Gustav or the Dore part. No problem. Yeah, Iggy Jekyll, thank you very much for stopping by. It's a pleasure. I'm sorry I didn't have a little more gameplay, but it's more so at the end. We'll see if we can get past this level, and if not, it gives me something to think about tomorrow. Okay. So presumably it's the code breaking efforts of Sovil that I want to work with. Now what I'm operating on right now is we've got, 2.1 for the first either letter or damn it. Let's just clear this all out now.
I would never want to belong to any.
Thank you very much for that follow as well. So again, if they're talking about it being syllable based or like nonsense at the end, I think I'm just gonna live with it right now. So we got scarier, and well, I mean, there's nothing telling me that I need to start here. SAGARE in whatever order, and BAEL. So if I'm going to use these on their own, I need to find a way to orient them properly. Oh, nope, it's telling me, so it's got a dot here. So we've got... I should probably use my notepad for this. Okay, so AGARES dot BAEL. I'm wondering if these are the names of the demons. If assuming we're still going with the Paradise Lost theme here. Okay, so then we'll say 8. BARBAT. ASSAGO. I'm almost certainly going to have to do some kind of cleaning, because when they're talking about sort of the useless symbols at the end, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm running into. GUSION. Let me just make sure I got that right. GUSION. And it's like one thing that I could potentially think of is like, okay, so there's nothing pointing to any of these letters, so this is all meaningless here. And if that were true, ooh, that's tough. So A, E. Yeah, that's not such a good theory, because I don't know how to interpret. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I got it right. Okay, 22.3. POS. Vassago. Bleth. Yeah, so demon names is only because there was the Bale. And again, if it's supposed to be homophones, Agaris, Bale, Barbatus, Vassago, Seminja, Gujan, Bale, Ipsos, Vassago. Like, I got absolutely nothing with that. So clearly I have to eliminate some things. And again, there's going to be some interpretation that I get out of the symbols. Beleth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 17.3. BOTIS, and then 3. Go. 12 and 5. SIT. I think that's an R. Yeah. Okay. And then 29.4. ASTAROT. Astaroth. Okay. Yeah, I mean, these are definitely... I mean, it might even just be that I'm not familiar with all of the demonic names, but there's definitely a couple of them in here. What would have been beautiful is if there's like a pure duplicate. The best that I can see is that there's the occasional like .1, but that may not mean anything. Oh, sorry guys. So we had a couple of people on here. So I'm gonna do it in reverse order, especially because Imperator's on is another game. I wasn't sure if it was this weekend, but yes, I believe both for watching and for streaming the game, at some point there will be some things coming up. But yeah, I will just caution you guys. I've actually been doing about 2.25 hours over now, and I'm really not engaging now. I was a little bit more active at the beginning, so I apologize, but I'm really. It is a very compelling game, which is why I'm still going, but it is also one where I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up because I know I'm not being as. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I'm doing my best to just hammer through it. But yeah, in my own case here, I'm definitely feeling the effects of. I was like, oh yeah, maybe we'll just wrap this one up, and it's like, congratulations, you're now into the real game. Now you wish you had this name first. Final opinion on Imperator. So I mean, there's not a lot that can be said that will move people's opinions on this game. It's at something like 35% liked on Steam. The fact of the matter is, I actually am I am totally fine with the game. It is admittedly not the Paradox game that I play the most, but like I enjoyed it when it first came out, and I still kind of like it now. I think there is something to be said for the very big difference in critical opinion and the player opinion, and I really just think that it doesn't mean that players shouldn't be listened to. I just think that the expectations for that game were a little too high, and I think a problem that Paradox is going to be running into more and more is that people's outside option isn't like you play our grand strategy game or you play nothing. It's going to be which of the grand strategy games that have had multiple years of development are you going to pick? And this means that Imperator actually has an uphill battle, because obviously features that existed, like when they started making Imperator, there were things that did not exist in Crusader Kings and EU4 that clearly had come out and were part of free patches by the time that Imperator came out. So I do think that the game has areas it can improve on, like the naval combat's a really obvious one. And there are some things about the AI I don't like, but I legitimately enjoy playing the game. I feel largely the same way that I do about it when I first streamed the game. But I also know that because there's a consensus that's built around it as it like being a failure, most people are just going to take that as being a shill. So yeah, no worries. So it happens a lot when you're done with your with the story. Your HMV Excalibur, is that Excaliburned.hvm is fairly hard but a great challenge. Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna make just let me take a quick second to put down a quick note here. Excalibur. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. You should have this name first, because like the thing is like some people do want to know. It's like, is the game good? And it's like, well, I like it, but if somebody winds up buying a game off of that kind of a not really recommendation, but might be taken as one, I'm gonna feel really bad if people don't like it the same way that I did. So, fortunately, I don't think I'm so persuasive that people wind up buying games. Although, I mean, obviously, you'll want to buy Night Team 4, which is an excellent game. And you all should go and not just buy a copy, but buy a copy for a friend, too. But yeah, I like to think that I'm not so, like... My enthusiasm for a game does not make people who would not enjoy a game wind up buying it and playing it to a point where they wouldn't be able to return it. Okay, let's see what else we can find out about this cipher. The image is doing nothing to help me here. Antoine Wozniak's cryptographic skills became I really need, yeah. As cool as this history is, I actually need to figure out. There's out of 587 numbers that stood for syllables, there were other variations, and Louis XIV's overseas ministers sent different code sheets that encrypted not only syllables, but letters and words to counter frequency analysis. Some of the number sets were nulls meant to be ignored by the intended recipient. Others were traps, including a code group. Yeah, so I don't think there's enough on the Great Cipher to... I don't think there's enough inside of the Great Cipher link to help me out. I know there's details on how Scovel cracked this. So, a code based on 150 numbers known as the Army of Portugal code. He cracked the code within 2 days. Okay, so I have 48 hours. Oh, hey. Who was that? Ebentane, thank you very much for the follow as well. I will say one really nice thing about this game has been there's some people who very clearly love it, who have been very kind in the chat. So thank you for that. You are representing the game very well, and I'm very eager to recommend other streamers to pick it up if they get a chance. So, okay, so 150 numbers known as the Army Portugal Code, cracked within 2 days. A new code called the Great Paris Code was sent to all Army officers based on 1400 numbers derived from mid-18th century diplomatic code, which we don't have enough details about, and added meaningless figures to the end of letters. I'm gonna drive myself crazy doing that. You'll be doing some HMVs on your end to get people drops once it starts. Until then, bounties. Yeah, I should probably have finished with a bounty tonight rather than this one. So the Wikipedia article says that the symbols are meaningless. But Agraspale, Barbados, Vasago. I mean, the other possibility is that I'm supposed to be reading these, so it's like, you know, A is number 1, B, so like something like A, B, let me open up 8. Actually, you know what? I should be able to handle this on its own. So, like, what would we have? We'd have, like, A, B, B, VA, S, G, A. This is already not making any sense. IS. Yeah. So there's something about the pairings. So I don't think there's any details about the photo. I think it's just to tell me how I should approach this code. Does say book 3. Okay, let's... So the problem is that Doré, or Gustave Doré, doesn't have anything to do with book 2. So... I'm not sure if this is supposed to be him falling Because I think in book 3, this is when he's already on his way to Earth. Satan, that is. Let's see if there's anything on... Let's take a look actually at the etching. So, Gustave Doré, Paradise Lost. This one is called... apparently it doesn't have a title. I'm just trying to look for the name. Yeah, so it just says Satan from Paradise Lost. And apparently you can order it on Amazon with a statue of Baphomet. Fair enough. I always thought these things had to have titles. Well, they don't have to have titles, but I always thought they did have titles. Names. I really need to do a better job of like putting up the stuff that I'm looking for on the on the screen. It's just right now I'm kind of just stumbling around looking for some other details. Come on, where are the Paradise Lost ones? Yeah, so the biblical illustrations. Okay, here we go. This one, according to Wikipedia, is called Satan Descends Upon the Earth. So you've gone in with both feet, then, Evontaine. You've decided to live this as well as play it. Okay. So definitely this is an image that is associated with book 3. So I guess now I need to go to Spark Notes and see, because I have not memorized Paradise Lost by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, fair. Spark Notes it is. Book 3 summary. Book 3 opens with a second invocation to his muse, this time addressed to Holy Light. Milton asks that heavenly light shine inside him and illuminate his mind with divine knowledge so that he can share this knowledge with his readers. The scene shifts to heaven where God... How long is this? Christ almighty, this is a beefy summary. God has been watching all the events in hell with his son sitting at his right hand. He sees Satan flying up towards the new earth, and the parents of mankind. At the same time, he sees everything that will happen because of it, perceiving past, present, and future simultaneously. He sees that man will fall of his own fault because God gave him free will, yet without that, man would not be capable of sincere love. So this is supposed to correspond to numbers. Freewil. Nope, it wouldn't be free will because they would have to have... Well, actually, maybe they wouldn't, but... Yeah, that doesn't work out. The open world missions, specific type of mission, require external resources. The operations are designed to be only done in game. That might give you a hint as how not to go down the rabbit hole. Okay, fair enough. I mean, like, so obviously the Doré code, while technically, technically you did not need to know that it was Gustave Doré, or you didn't need to know that it was related to Paradise Lost. It was clearly something that was helpful. But I see your point. Like, actually, you know what? There is another way that I can interpret this. Jesus Christ. I have never once intended ever to put this in the case file, but So one other way that I could take this would be to say that this is position 1. Say this is 8, so 1, 2, 3. I don't think this is going to be an intelligible word. I have not played the Black Watchman. It was actually, that was kind of, we were talking at the very beginning of the cast. I don't even really know why. But I saw it, I thought, oh, hey, this looks really cool. And then I never really engaged with it. And it just kind of fell off the face of the earth for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this doesn't seem to make much sense. So I've wanted to play it. I actually, this is probably going to be the thing that tips me over the edge towards doing it. But I'm not at all familiar. I know there's a connection between the two games, but I'm not at all familiar with the lore of the game. I mean, in the tutorials, though, they definitely seem to indicate that there's supernatural things going on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's also made me happy to count this as position 1. All right. I got nothing. There's... Oh, hang on. Ars Goetia. Ars Goetia, the... I have no idea how to pronounce that, by the way. So... Not related to Paradise Lost directly, but that seems like a credible password, so... Am I level 2 or 3? I completely forgot. Wait, did I close the active? Good lord. What's wrong with me?
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, it is book 3. All right. Julius Caesar and Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix is... if this is the cipher I think it is. Ah, damn it. This is like some Caesar's box one, I think. Do I even want to try this? So what is it? You get that. You get that. Try googling it. In the Black Watchman, Night Team 4 is the team that always got you digital info. Now you're on the opposite side. Try googling that. In 2015, in the Black Watchman, you're following a cultist leader who escapes through a portal, and you start getting calls as a dispatcher with frantic people sounds, etc. You have to use the to figure out your name of the demons so they can be controlled. Neat. Okay. So I know there's one. Wait a minute. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So for it to be something like oh wait, there's like a shift that's gone on, so just a second, hang on. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think this is a pretty simple shift actually, so this is going to be what makes it hard, so I need how many letters before F? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so oh, the spacing's going to be off too. Damn it. I'll do my best with it. I've got one letter too many. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Well, let's do our best. Let's not do that, actually. We've got P, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, subtract 10 is basically going to be the answer, so... I feel like I got that wrong, so... Yeah, it's, Oh yeah. Okay, this is gonna be. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta end it. I know you're trying to help Yvonne, but this is actually the thing that guarantees me to not enjoy the stream. So I felt a little bit of momentum. I think I'm gonna call it here because if I don't, I know I'm gonna be crashing up against the people who want to help, and I'm gonna feel like I'm being told how to play the game, and it's not gonna end well. So. We'll finish the remaining puzzles next time. Yeah, don't worry about it, Ebentane. The only catch is that like I'm over 2.5 hours past the time that I normally finish streaming. I'm not being as active in the streaming, and I know that that's just gonna make me like totally keyed up for a fight, which I really don't want to do because I've actually really enjoyed having you inside the channel. So this is very much it's a me thing. But I know I'm probably not gonna take it the right way if I keep going on. So I appreciate you being a good sport about that. It's not I'm leaving because of you. It's just I am aware of how not fun I'm making this game seem right now. So don't worry, I will not make any progress on this on my own. I don't know if logging out is gonna reset me out of it, but the other ones I already know how to solve them, so it won't be that hard. I'm gonna do what I can to stream this sooner rather than later. I have no idea whether or not there's going to be anything anytime over the weekend. But the best thing to say is I'm always pretty active on Twitter in terms of when these things are coming up next. I'm personally really interested in doing this game again. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Let's find somebody to host. This is such a bad way to finish. Where is my Twitch following list? Okay. You know what? El Canoe gave me a host a little bit earlier, so this is going to be an interesting one. So for those of you who are fans of Allison Smith because they are developers from Quebec, you will like El Canoe because... No, it's totally fine. I did allow for the possibility that I was off because I was rushing through it, but again, it just happens to be as good of a reminder for me that I have overstayed my welcome on this, and I'm reacting to stuff in chat that should normally not be a problem. So it's just a nice little reminder to me that I need to just relax. There's nothing stopping me from being able to do this another time, so it's all good. But I would encourage you guys, let's hang out. Please do hang out for El Canoe. He is a French-speaking caster. Now, my French is not very good, so the reason why I still feel safe recommending him is that he has got a very good camera presence. He's got a wonderful sense of humor, and he's currently playing Star Trek Bridge Commander. So, again, for those of you who are fans of Allison Smith, because they are, they're from Montreal, I'm sure El Canoe will be, there'll be no language barrier. If you're more like me, and unfortunately live in a bilingual city without the capacity to speak both official languages, this will probably be a bit of a unique experience. But I do encourage you to hang out, take a look at him. He definitely brings some other people into the channel here who are not at all familiar with English, and they're always a good sport about it. So the very least that I can do is recommend you guys hang out. Obviously, if it isn't your cup of tea, do check out another Night Team 4 streamer if there's anybody streaming it right now. I really like this game, and I have every intention of doing it more, and I'd love to see the developers sort of find their audience for it, because I think it's a really interesting game, and it's one that's worth hanging out with. But anyways, guys, I'm going to leave it in El Canoe's capable hands, and I will try and get back to this as soon as I can. Have a good one, guys.